Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, February the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, a couple of questions, of course. Can you see my screen? And can you? Yes, yes. Thank you very much. How's the screen resolution compared to yesterday? Any difference? Guys, if you can remember. Okay, I'm going to do a little experimentation a little bit later. Okay, guys, well, lots happening as usual in the pre-market. See, there you go. Better for me, not as clear, same, definitely good. You know, it's all over the place. I guess it really depends on your computer. All right, well, let's take a look what's happening. So Lode, L-O-D-E, so their news, they've invested in a lithium company. So they're entering the EV fray. So Lode, huge move up here, 300%, and who knows where it's going now. I mean, it's, I don't know if that's the all-time high way up here. Probably not, because I'm looking at the position in the lifetime range, and it's still a big red bar right there. But at any rate, I mean, it is, looking left, the next high is around 1163, I think, or 950 or so. So we'll have to see once this opens. This is not shortable for me, so I can't short it even if I wanted to. QS, earnings play. QS is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it, 11%. I know a lot of you follow this QS, so there's a big earnings play for it. A lot of China stocks today, a lot of China stocks. So let's take a look at PETZ, PETZ. A big gap up for it. Look at this, 212%. Just trying to see again, you know, no, I don't see any news on it, but man, what a gap. 11 million in the float, 12 million in the float. Look at the room. I mean, it's probably done a few reverse splits to get that, to have a high up here, an all-time high up in that 100 level. But anyway, have to watch this one once this market opens. CLPS, I love this press release. CLPS, so huge gap up, another one, another China stock. We have signed a deal with a well-known U.S. digital payment platform. We can't name who, but it is well-known. I love those types of press releases. ONCY, O-N-C-Y, 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 another gap up. Don't see any specific reason for it. Canadian stock or a Canadian company. Again, I'm just looking, I'm just trying to see if I can see any sort of news. I mean, I see Wainwright has initiated coverage on it. Other than that, I don't see any other specific news on it, but Wainwright has initiated coverage. ANPC, another gap up for it. Had a big day yesterday, pulled back, got as high as 684, closed at 623. Above yesterday's high now, ANPC. Here's one I don't think I've ever seen before. I think it's a Canadian company, AKU, yeah, a little Canadian company. Actually, fairly big float. AKU. Again, I'm sorry, I just don't see any news. So probably what happened here, this is not an IPO. They probably had a symbol name change. So it looks like an IPO, but it is not. So there's AKU, but I mean, look at the gap now. AKU. And the big one from yesterday, SCKT, Socket, is now a big gap down, 23%. Interesting to see what happens once this opens, but big gap down now. JUPW, I think this is another China stock. JUPW, no, I'm wrong, it's a US stock. JUPW, so that's pulled back quite a bit. It was up to 11, in fact, it's pulled back a lot. It was got as high as $11 in the pre-market. Now it's $8, so it's pulled back $3. It's still up 14%. So it did have a little announcement. How do I pronounce this? Cannabidil. CBDs, a CBD aspartame combination. Why not? And that's their break. So trying to take advantage of course, the cannabis sector. So that's JUPW. CAR, KAR. This is a big gap down, I think, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's a big gap down. They released earnings after hours yesterday. You see that move area right here, and it's continuing down. And so this is a big gap down, 22%. Maybe coming into some support around that, about $1 away. CNET. Let's see if there's any specific news. CNET. Yeah, another one that gapped up, 540. It had pulled back down to 430, so it's about $1 off. I don't see any specific news on it. Another China stock. EBON is a crypto play, EBON. EBON, crypto play, up 26%, China stock. Of course, Bitcoin, I think it's over 50K now. AQMS is, another one, gapped up to 950. It's pulled back $2 already. I don't know, this might be sort of feeding off LODE a little bit, LODE. Ante, A-N-T-E, A-N-T-E, A-N-T-E. Again, this is the theme, guys. 805, the high in the pre-market. It pulled all the way down to 550. Another China stock. A lot of China plays today. CREX, C-R-E-X. C-R-E-X is in xylophone. And again, the theme is no reason for the gaps. Okay, they're just moving. This is interesting though, because if it can keep over 3, just look left, and it had a high of 6 a few months ago. So this is certainly one to watch. CREX, low float, 8 million in the float. I think this is another China stock, Dog Z. Another China stock, up huge, 79%. Man, look at this gap. And probably a low float, yeah, 20 million in the float. And guess what? No news. No, there is news on this one. IDXG. There is news on this one. Bad news for it. They're going to be they're being delisted from the NASDAQ. So this is down 33%. Announces impending delisting from NASDAQ. Interesting. So it's for other reasons other than the fact that they're, usually you have to be over $1, number one, in order to maintain your net, but there must be other reasons. So anyway, IDXG is going to be delisted from NASDAQ. Now, I had seen POAI was up. Let's see, is it still up? Yeah, a little bit. Look at this, another one that gapped way up, $2. It's pulled back quite a bit on a percentage basis. All right, guys, I'm going to try something right now, okay? I'm going to change the resolution, and you guys can tell me. You guys can tell me whether or not you think this is a better resolution. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so now you should not see anything. And now I'm going to share again. Okay, so you guys tell me whether or not that is better resolution than what you just had. Better? 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 Same? Same? About the same? Well, I'm getting more betters, and as long as I don't see worse, if I don't see worse, then that's good. If I see betters, okay, same is good. No, Frank, come on. Not worse, okay, but it's better for some. Okay, now I'm going to go back. All right, now I've gone back to the other one. Worse, really? Blurry, worse. All right. I think we've got a vote in now. Then, okay. Give me a moment. Oops. All right. All right. I think this is going to be the way I'm going to do it then. Okay. No, YouTube is different. Yeah, YouTube is different. Okay. All right, guys. Let's get back to work here. So RRC, by the way, guys, RRC, which is the trade of the week, RRC trade of the week, it is it's above the 1033. I think was the suggested buy-in, so it's still a little bit above that. Placebo test. That's funny. So let's take a look at what the market is doing right now. The market is right now putting a few red bars here. There's about 45 minutes now of red. The market was slightly positive. Now it's gone negative. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, 9:17, I'm going to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, ARTL, I know it's on my list. I don't think I mentioned it. ARTL, yeah, it was a gap up also. Lots of action, as always, in the morning. Oh, a lot of but this action, and I would say this is for the last month or two even, so many gappers without any news at all. All right, let me get some of these upgrades, some of the downgrades into the room here. I see there's an upgrade. Guys, interesting. Keep an eye on Palantir, okay? Keep an eye on PLTR. An upgrade by Goldman. Okay, now they had earnings yesterday, and they got hit quite a bit yesterday. But Goldman is now upgrading them, so keep an eye. CIBC upgrading Hexo, which is a cannabis play. And I see a couple of upgrades for KRNT, one of them from Goldman. So let's take a look at what PLTR is doing right now. PLTR. So it's not doing anything, but they did get an upgrade from Goldman this morning. And KRNT had a couple of upgrades, one of them from Goldman. So this is a big, it's out of the price range I like to trade. So this is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction, a little bit of reaction, and it's holding those gains and more now in the pre-market. So this is an all-time high for KRNT. Now I'll get some of the downgrades in. Yeah, well, we have William Blair downgrading PLTR. Okay. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Okay, Dom. All right, guys, and as always, get this here. As always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down right here, and to follow it from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list right here, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I typically don't trade until, usually let the first 15 minutes go by before I take a trade. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is coming in here. So this load is still, wow, so we did get over 10. Okay, interesting. Definitely one to watch, you know, entering the EV, you know, with their lithium, buying a lithium ion battery company or recycler. After buying stake in lithium ion battery recycler. So that's the news on load today. Yeah, I don't see any. Well, let's take a look at MJ first. See if it's just Tilray or is it MJ? Yeah. So yeah. I mean, had a good day yesterday. Remember now, this was Thursday, and this is the big drop on Friday. I'm sorry. So that's Wednesday, Thursday. That was Friday. That's yesterday's candle, but it looks like it's not going to hold. So I don't see any news on it specifically. Oh, well, right here, I mean, pre-market actives up. Certainly would have caught, well, you can see it's right there. So if you start watching, I mean, we start getting our data. We start getting our data at, well, for top list windows, we start getting our data at 6:45 Eastern time. So if you'd loaded that at 6:45, you would have seen probably clips right at the top. All right, Triple D starting to move down a little bit here. Just watching pre-market. Good morning, Christopher, with 3 exclamation marks. Fuel cell. Interesting. Fuel cell is starting to gap down a little bit here. FCEL. Wow, look at this. Look at the pre-market, 23.98, and just been a steady drop. Something's happening with Tilray. Yeah, Tilray is starting to pick up speed on the way down. And then my guess is MJ is doing the same thing. Yeah, MJ is doing this. Excuse me, MJ is doing the same thing. All right, so KBNT is starting to move down. I think, isn't this the one that had the, let's see, upgrade? Yeah, oh no, it was KRNT, sorry, KRNT. So KBNT is starting to move down a little bit here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a market sell-off right now. So we had an hour of red candles. Now this one, the last one, well, I shouldn't say an hour, the last 15 minutes, a little bit of green. Let's see if this holds. Hey, good morning, Real. You're here early. I don't see the question from security lady. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, guys, at FinV, I was very strange trading. Got all the way up to 9, pulled back. Yeah, we're starting to see some gap downs now. MOMO, look at this, MOMO, China stock. FinZ, I'm sorry, not FinV, sorry, not FinZ. This is, okay, NKTR. Not too much volume in. It's a huge float, 176 million in the float. Let's see. Boy, if it can clear, it's at 25.02 right now. There's some highs up here at 25.21. I'm going to stick an alert up here. 25.21. You can see if it can take this out. Then you look left. It's got some room. NKTR. Oh, yeah. Well, definitely. I mean, we start getting our data. Okay, guys, the market's going to open less than a minute, so let's have a great trading day. So yeah, so I mean, the pre-market active's up. If you had loaded this window at 6:45 in the morning, that's when we start getting our data for topless windows. You would have seen the CLPS right at the top. Okay, I mean, it's right at the top now. Not quite at the top, but you see CLPS right there. So you would have seen that right at the top. Now there's NKTR taking that out right now. I'm just going to get rid of these two. Yeah, NKTR, guys, I mean, it's just, look at this level it's at. All right, we're now open. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Well, there's definitely strange trading. Well, let's take a look at Tiger. I bet you Tiger is doing the same thing. TIGR. If I spell it right, I'm sure we'll get it. TIGR. A little bit. Okay, so this one got halted pre-market. It has not opened yet. UAMY. It's halted for news, actually. It's not a volatility halt. And CLPS just got halted on the way down. CLPS just got halted on the way down. Okay, CCIV. Let's take a look at CCIV. What are you doing today? Yeah, nice little gap up. You know what, guys? You might want to just keep an eye on CCV. Now, if you understand how these things are named, so Churchill Capital. So this is theirs, obviously their star right now. CCV is another SPAC controlled by Churchill Capital. No, hasn't moved yet. I'm not saying buy it, but this is, this is what traders will look at. They'll say, okay, great, CCIV did very well. What is our next one? CCV. It's not doing anything yet. Have to wait, of course, to see who they're looking to buy, merge with. But just keep this on the radar. Maybe put a price alert. I don't know, the high right there, $13.95. And I'm not talking about for today. I'm just talking about in the future. All right, so NKTR, but look at that bottoming tail. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 2380. Just be careful on this one. When you see that bottoming tail, I know we think sometimes it's just a flash, but this shortable, it is shortable. All right, so FinV right back up to 8. What do I think about Avro, AVRO? Somebody asked me that in the YouTube room. What do I think of it? Well, it had a huge drop yesterday. It was dropping even before then, massive drop. So I'm not really sure what to make of it right now. I mean, it's trying to recover a little bit, but I don't know what caused this drop. Bluebird bio trial suspension Hertz. So that was yesterday's news. Hertz, Orchard, and Avro. So don't know, can't really add anything to that. Yeah, so guys, I mean, yeah, the SPY is definitely moving down now. So the market is starting negative. Look, yeah, a big tech sell-off. Well, look at MGI, MoneyGram. MGI, on the way up here. Just trying to see if I see any news. I guess this is sort of a crypto play. I guess you can call it a bit of a crypto play, MGI. Yeah, so I'm definitely, if the market keeps doing this, I'm going to be sitting my hands, certainly on long plays. How did that NKTR do? Yeah, load is really starting to sink now. Okay, so CLPS just opened. All right, did you ask me about Avril because of the AI? Because I notice it's now a short. Avril was a short. Now there's that AGTC from yesterday. It's above yesterday's high now, AGTC. I know you're in there, Ija. MFH just got halted on the way up. Yeah, the SPY is still moving down, guys. There's a pretty big sell-off to start. I mean, it started at 8 o'clock, actually, 8:15. So this is an alpha stock right now, guys. MGI is an alpha stock. He doesn't care what the market's doing. Look what it is doing. No pullback yet whatsoever. MGI just ripping here. It's not a low float either. 58 million in the float. Certainly not a low float. Wow, look at FinV. I almost hopped in it when it got back up to 8. Almost. I just held off. I know some of you are following AEI. Look at AEI. What's the volume? Yeah, not very much volume. Oh, it's one of these crazy, crazy low float situations. I mean, I have no idea if that is, 100% correct. 770,000 though in the float is ridiculously low. Whatever it is, it's going to be low. Oh, GILT. Look at this one now on the way down. GILT. All right, guys. There's the first one from. Now, I'd be a little reluctant to go long on anything right now. The EBON. That's the first one from the options. but I'd be a little reluctant, as I say, to go long anything right now. I'd like to see this market settle down a bit. Well, guilt. And from yesterday, WPG continues down. So it stalled right at the 200-day moving average yesterday. You can see it just sat right on top of it. That's where it closed, and now it's falling below. There was a big drop yesterday, and it is continuing down now. Okay, so this one got taken because I had remember. Well, I'm gonna go over this in about 45 minutes, but I had a conditional buy order, I guess, for ARAV, and it triggered. Yeah. So what I've done is I have dropped it to 400%. Okay, Alex. Okay. So again, guys don't have to, but it's now instead of 500% of normal, it's 400%. Okay. So you don't have to, but that's what I did. Did that last. I think I did it on Friday. It's up to you, Joshua. I mean, you asked me what do I think about it. I mean, obviously it got stopped out almost immediately. There's a re-entry at 53.32, which would have worked. But I can't make any recommendations about your taking the trade. But you can see it got stopped out almost immediately. But then there was a re-entry at 9:39. Like literally a minute after, because it got back up to 53.32. I just suggest you have the re-entry price and time column up and running so you can see them. So when you say you can't log in, have you been able to log in before? I don't know how to help you. I mean, there's the link to get in. I'm not sure how I can help you. Yeah, a little bit of a bottoming tail here. Yeah, bottoming tail for the SPY. Let's see if this can. I'm going to stick an alert just about the high of that candle, 391.40. See if it takes that out. A little bit later, maybe that'll be a bit of a bounce. There's a good reason why I don't like to trade that first 15 minutes. Up to 970, pulls all the way back down to 835. Okay, I'm just going to do something right now. A little bit rocky, man. Look at that bottoming tail for NKTR. I mean, way down here. Now, I mean, it's got room. NKTR definitely has room. Up to, the next high looking left is 28.70, 79 or so. Look at MGI, guys. MGI, I mean, this is your alpha stock. Your alpha stock, meaning these are stocks that don't care what the market's doing. They're basically trading in their own atmosphere. They don't really care. So this was the high flyer in the pre-market, PETZ, P-E-D-Z, and it got halted, has resumed. So a lot of these China stocks see a lot of action like this today. All right, EH just got halted. Volatility halt for EH. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, what a day it had yesterday. Crazy. So, guys, listen, you're on your own on this one, and you have to be awfully careful. It's a low float. It's going to be incredibly whippy. You can see what it did yesterday, 124 down to 41. So just be really, really, really careful. All right, so this is halted on the way up. Reminds me a little bit like the socket yesterday. It got halted on the way down, then it got halted on the way up, and then it had an incredible run. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with this one. If you look left, so what did it get up to? It got up to 14, almost 15. And the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 18. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching MGI. It may be at the top of the channel, but it is, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's trading on its own. The fantasy void would be right up here. It's $18. It's just trading on its own. I think this is a crypto play. PETZ just got halted now, again on the way up. So we've got a lot of volatility right off the bat this morning. So we have a big bottoming tail on the SPY. And now maybe a recovery. 9:49, so we have 11 minutes for this candle to close. Yeah, I have no prediction whatsoever on Tilray. February 17th post-market, so they release earnings after hours. It's just tied to the overall cannabis market, of course. MJ, what is MJ doing right now? Yeah, it's trying to put a pop in, but I don't predict at all about what I think earnings are going to be. Yeah, so far, that Goldman upgrade for PLTR seems to be having a bit of an effect. Well, it's not a crazy high float. I mean, 58 million. It's not low. It's not excessively high. I don't think I've ever seen Gaucho Group Holdings. It just resumed. All right, guys. There, well, I put it on alert for the SPY above that high right there. So this is a nice, look at this, nice bounce back. Really nice bounce back. Dow's almost basically neutral. So things are starting to recover. And that NKTR definitely whippy. Very. I mean, look at this on the 2 minute. I mean, you expect that in the 2 minute, but very even kind of whippy on the 15.5. Look at that. That bottoming tail is unnerving. Yeah, yeah. FINV now is back to being green. Boy, MGI. This is again the alpha stock of the day so far. Not caring what the rest of the market is doing. Okay, so this is an earnings play, okay? SSR, and it's starting to drop here. I mean, it's now gone negative. Basically, it was kind of flat in the pre-market. Big candle down. It is an earnings play, February 17th pre-market. So yeah, so they released right here. And no huge reaction, but then once the market opened, look at this. You know what? You may be right. You may be right. That's the mystery partner. It's possible. Okay. If that's good, if that's the case, then that's good sleuthing on your part. All right, so the PLTR, so definitely benefit from the upgrade by Goldman this morning. I mean, that's a great move. That's why I mentioned it this morning. It's definitely pay attention to the Goldman upgrades or downgrades, whether you like them or not. They do have some weight. And another halt. Man, oh man, we've just had so many halts this last couple of months. So this one just got halted. PXS just got halted because of extraordinary events. So this is not a volatility halt. Okay, so PXS just got halted. News pending. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, I'm just waiting on the next. Now the E-bond could come back. I'm just going to put an alert here, 11:19. There was the alert. You know, I should say obviously, but I mean it fell with the market. It is coming back with the market. I don't really like these sort of plays though. I don't like getting into stocks that are so reliant on what the market is doing. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything. I mean, that FinV again, it's up at 8. Kind of waiting on this SSRM to see if it falls further. Just kind of basic, just kind of hanging in here. And resumption for VINO. Well, let's fingers crossed for you, John. You know, you can't do anything until it opens, so. All right, FinV, are you going to finally keep moving higher here? You're above yesterday's high. Okay, so I haven't had a chance to even look at my watch list. See what's happened here. Again, you know, the market was not going to help anything long unless it was something like an MGI, which is truly and utterly trading on its own. So let's just take a look here, though, as the market trying to recover a little bit. AQMS 768. So it's still kind of there. JUPW, JUPW, it's well below. Clips CLPS, wow, well, this was good. $15, 17 now. This, boy, does this look like that one from yesterday. The only difference is it does have, looks like it has some resistance right around 18. And how about CNET, 465, 471, not bad. And PETS, 897. So let's see if it can take out 9. I'm going to stick an alert around 908 for PETZ. All right, there it goes, guys. There goes PETS, excuse me, PETZ. Well, here's Clovis. I think, is this the one you're in, William? You're holding this long. It is trying to bounce here. And not a great 4 days, that's for sure. Trying to bounce. Well, this is kind of crazy. I mean, this is just bottom fishing, obviously, but I mean, IDXG basically saying they're going to be delisted from NASDAQ. So the big drop, for whatever reason, people are just buying this. Ah, look at Fluidigm. Look at Fluidigm. FLDM. Look, okay, guys, this is interesting. However, ominous 613 is a 200-day moving average, so it's just right below it. It just almost touched it. FLDM. Well, Nectar's moving higher again. It just pretty whippy. I mean, it got all. I mean, that tough for me to hold. Got all the way down to 24.57. Now it's back up again. Okay, now I think this is the one, I believe. Let me make sure about this. No, I'm still wrong. So this is, look at this one, guys. KRMD. What's the high here? Is 461. So it's above that high right there. And it has some room to 5. Okay, KRMD. It's not a low float. So only one alert from the unusual option activity. And that was the E-bond. Look how choppy it was. All right, guys, AQMS. So the alert was at 768. Looks like it wants to try to go. And it's got room. AQMS has got room. I mean, look on that. Look at the monthly chart right here. I mean, the high looking left was 765 on the weekly chart, so it is above that now. So this one definitely has room. Okay, so NKTR now, I mean, if you could hold on, I mean, to me, it would have been very hard to hold on as it drifted all the way down to 2450, but it is on the move now, NKTR. Trade of the week is doing pretty well, guys. I mean, we had an opportunity yesterday to get it around the trigger. I think it got down to 1036. The trigger was 1033. So it's doing pretty well. Lots of volume. ERJ starting to move here. ERJ, airline sector in Brazil. ERJ, lots of, well, okay, before I say that, 882 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, and then after that, 946, you can see if I can take out 882. I mean, it's got a ton of room, ERJ. Very nice short so far from the AI. 1225 for AVRO, 1173 now. It's approaching yesterday's low, so be aware if you're in this one. Just be aware of that low of yesterday. That might hold it up. All right, guys. So now we have another one from the options play. The only problem is, I mean, we're getting another red. Okay, we are getting red bar. Oh, there it goes down. SSRM now. Shoot, I wanted to take this one, but I just missed out on my entry. AQMS guys on the move from the watch list. 768, challenging 8 now. Wow, I mean, look at the room this has got. AQMS has got a ton of room. And MGI right back, little pullback, and now moving again. Okay, give me one moment, please. Boy, this is just continuing down. I didn't see the news on this WPG yesterday, but something is just really trashing this one. There's now the next support level. I mean, it's way down here. Well, not, yeah, way down here at 570 or so, 550. It's at 652 right now. Okay, just watching this KRMD. Okay, so the market, maybe we're still in bounce mode. I thought this was going to be a little bit more ominous. This candle was red, but now it's green. So let's see if it can continue here. And this is going to help. This is going to help the long plays, especially the bounces. I'm not. Okay, guys. So where did this get down to? We were just talking about this one. So we got down to 1162. The low yesterday was 1152. So again, if you took this short from the AI, you had to be aware. I mean, you got within 10 cents. So you had to be aware of that low of yesterday that could stall it. So at this point, I mean that's exactly what happened. All right, I'll take a look at EH, but yeah, I mean, just be guys. What's the spread even? 72.50. Yeah, well, the spread is not actually as crazy as I thought it would be. RRC guys starting to work very nicely from the trade of the week. It's above yesterday's high, I believe, or it's right at yesterday's high, 11.18. Yeah, so it's just above yesterday's high. Volatility halts all over the place again. PETZ just got halted again. Look at RRC guys on the move. So what sort of room does this have? So this is the area right here. I mean, there looks like there's a ton of resistance. 1142, 1154, 1165, and 1214. So, right around between 1150 and 1160, right there on the monthly chart, probably could be some resistance. Not that far away, but if it can find its way to get through that, then you've got a lot of room. I live in Vancouver, so we don't get frozen pipes, Cole. All right, CNET. Let's see if you have any strength. This is a crypto. No, I'm sorry, not a. Well, it might be a crypto play. I don't even know anymore. I don't think it's a China play. I don't know if it has anything to do with crypto. Got as high as 537 pre-market. But again, the market is, we're getting these topping tails on the SPY. The market doesn't have to go up. I just don't want it to, start to keep drifting down. It doesn't have to be moving higher. Just even if it stabilizes for the long plays. Okay, thank you, Hill. So it is a crypto. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. Hello to you too, Avery. All right, here's another one that is popping. VSTM. A lot of action after hours yesterday. Got up to 322. Big float, 164 million in the float. A lot of room, guys. I mean, what can I say? I mean, there's the high right there. Well, okay, 321 is the next high looking left. It got up to that level in the pre-market, after hours, yesterday. So you can see that if it can take that out, I'm going to stick an alert right around there, price alert, right around there. If it can take that out, then when you look left, it's got room almost up to $5. And we have another halt, PETZ is now open for business. CNET guys, on the move. But again, well, again, the market doesn't have to go up. I just don't want to see it. I don't want to see a big red bar. BC, Canadian. So guys, again, this has room. The next high looking left is 709, so this has room. GSKY. All right, guys, so you may have noticed something here. Those of you who are paying real attention to this. What I did was, I decided just for fun today, and I might do it for a little while, is to auto trade the entries of my option plays, okay? And so that's why these were automatically taken. Now I can manage the exits. You know, for instance, what I would have done here is I would have taken some out on this bike. I just don't trust this market right now, okay? Well, I got out of the E-bond, okay? So that's why it's not here. I reset my simulator because had I been paying attention, I would have got out of the E-bond almost immediately. But that's what I'm watching right now, and I just don't trust this market. So for instance, I'm going to flatten this one. I'm going to flatten this one. I'm going to keep in this one. No, I guess I flattened out everything. I think there's something wrong with these calculations also. So this is the only way I would do any auto trading. I would, if I was really comfortable on something, then I would take the auto trade on the entry and then manage the exits on my own. I thought I would try just for fun, and I might do it for a few days just to see how it goes. But you can see right off the bat, I mean, I should have been out because of what the market's doing. I don't have a lot of faith in anything long right now. Flat means getting out of the trade. Flat means if I highlight something, well, I'm not in anything right. Oops. Yeah, flat means getting out of a trade. Flatten. Now the KRMD still looks interesting. Now, this could still be interesting, this GSKY. 709 again is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, so it could get interesting again. And look at CNET, for instance. CNET, I did flatten that one. I mean, this has just a ton of room. 20 million in the float. I mean, look how much room this has on that monthly chart. I mean, the high way up here. This was back in, that's when crypto was going crazy in 2018. So it's approaching those levels now. I mean, there's really no resistance. Now let's take. I want to see what levels did this come at for the options plays. Okay, so you can see right there. So remember, I dropped it to 400. So that's why you guys may not have got CNET right off the bat. It was at 495%. And of course, eBond was at 420% instead of 500. You know, you guys don't have to do the same thing. I'm just, I decided to move the filter value from 500% down to 400%. So in other words, 4 times normal instead of 5 times normal. I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. I'm not auto trading options. Okay, it's a stock. It's just, this just happens to be, I just call it, this is just stocks that are appearing here because they have unusual option activity. But I'm not trading the options. Well, 10:23 already. Interesting. Fast morning so far. So guys, I hope you listen to me on this Avro. I mean, the AI has not got out of this trade. Okay. Now, I said if you got into this trade, if you got into the Avro trade, you had to be aware of yesterday's low, that it might stall right there. And so far, that's what's happened. Well, CNET, guys. I mean, this. What can I say? Ton of room. $534. Okay. Here's a look at this one moving. ALYA, Canadian stock. Where are you out of? Montreal. I don't know if it's co-listed on a Canadian exchange. Look at this one though, guys. I mean, I don't know what they do. Computers, okay. I don't know if anything to do with crypto, but look at this. I mean, if it can take out this area right here, if it gets over 3, I mean, look left. I mean, this, for whatever reason, this got up to 550. Looks like maybe 2.5 weeks ago. All right, so I have to put an alert just over 3. See if it takes that out. If it maybe not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, I'll just look left at where it could go. All right, guys. Well, I think it's time for my welcome. 10:25. So, well, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. Keep an eye on the KRMD, guys. I'm just going to have to put this into the YouTube room here. All right, so if you are a subscriber, well, it doesn't matter if you are or not. If you click on my homepage, Barry's homepage, okay, I'm going to show you a lot of information is here. So there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off. You click on my homepage, and this is what you're going to see. Excuse me. So Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas has cost. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. So we have the premium standard on an annual basis. The premium is $22.68 a year. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the big difference is the AI, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to have an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118 or 228. You can apply that discount, the 15% discount, to the first month only. After that, it'll go back to it'll go to these 2 prices. Okay, so just be aware of that. So other information from my homepage. So you can have the trade of the week sent to you. This is all free. The trade of the week this week is RRC, doing pretty well. It gets sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I hope I'm going to be able to do my recap today. I hope I've got the situation resolved. All the scans that I'm sharing, this is a pretty popular area in my homepage. All the scans that I'm sharing, click here, including, I love this one, the moving higher with unusually strong option. So again, this is not an option play as such. It's just zeroing in on stocks that have unusual option activity. Okay, but here are all the scans that I'm sharing. These 4 scans here, the gap up and down shared and the pre-market actives up and down, these 4 are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Okay, here's the basic new highs, which you can see here. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Education link, big link right here. Lots of education. I like to put this link on its own, the 20 short lessons. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I cannot recommend enough that you take a look at this, the 20 short lessons. No, all prices are US dollars. Okay, 20 short lessons. And when you click on that, this is what you're going to see. I mean, it just starts off literally, downloading it, the channel bar, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc. All of the basic features explained. It's all text. I think this is, an excellent way to start off if you're new to Trade Ideas, okay? And if you don't have Trade Ideas, of course you can click on that link and you can see what the basic features are. Daily support sessions. So I also moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this one. And when I take a break around noon, one of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over. Today it will be Michael Noss, Wednesday. So for those of you interested in, auto trading and setting up strategies and things like that, today's your day. Between 12 and 1, Michael will be there. So, all those sort of questions that, how to auto trade, if that's what you were thinking about doing, how to set up strategies, 12 to 1 in the YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. Of course, here's the free trading room. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I help out on. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, and again, I help out on that one. Educational videos. We've got a lot of videos here and some trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage, okay? And again, to see it, just click on the tab right there in this trading room, Barry's homepage. Let me just size this over here. Yeah, so I mean, it does work on a Mac. I'll pop this in. It is a PC-based program. Okay. Now, if you can use it, we have a web-based version. So of course you can use it then. If you have a Mac, you can use the web-based version. If you're willing to use like an emulation program like Parallels, I know a lot of people who have Macs. That's what they do, including people at Trade Ideas who have Macs. Or you can use something like Amazon Web Services, AWS, a service like that. That is how you can use, but it is a PC-based program. Now let me go over what the program is. Okay, I'm just looking at some of these. I'm keeping a close eye on this KRMD in case it pops. So what Trade Ideas is, we're a scanner, okay? That's what we are. We generate trade ideas. You can create your own scans. This is what I've done here. This is a scan that I created. And of course, I'm sharing a lot of the scans, including this one. So it's a pretty basic one. That's why it's called the basic new highs and lows. So here is, now, of course, if you download this one and you don't like the price range, as an example, this is what I'm looking at, between 1 and 20, you, of course, can make a change. You can make a change to the volume. You can make a change all over the place if that's what you want to do. But that's what you can do with Trade Ideas. And I'm going to show you all the alerts and filters that you can have. You basically can build a scan, and then with the filters in place first, and then you select a trigger. So in this particular case, my trigger is either a new high or a new low. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high or low, I get a real-time alert. That's what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter what broker you have, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, we went this route. Said, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we tried to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts. I'm not going to go over them all. But these are all the alerts that we have. And when you see this icon, these icons, these are the filters that we have. So with the right combination of filters and icons, or filters and alerts, you should be able to create a scan that allows you to zero in on the types of things that you like to see. Okay, without having to know a programming language. So that's what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. And again, it doesn't matter what broker you have. Let me just take a look at GSKI, KY, if it's moving. Not yet. Again, how is CNET doing? Yeah, big pullback. Yeah, I just don't like this market today, guys, A little tough, unless you really find that alpha stock that's trading on its own, and not too whippy either. Yeah, but look at the market; it's putting in another red bar. So we do have a tool that we call external linking from our toolbar. This is only available from the application. If you're using a web-based version, this is not available. And so we link with many brokerage platforms, okay? All linking is a time saver, okay? The time saver meaning that if you can establish the link, then when you click on an alert, so I've just clicked on ANPC, it'll load into your broker's platform, and from there you can trade it, okay? That's all it is. It's a time saver, linking. If for whatever reason we can't, you can't establish a link with your broker's platform, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. And I just want to emphasize that because we get the question all the time. I have this broker, can I use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. You can use it with any broker. It's just that it's nice if you can establish a link because it just saves you some time, that's all. Okay, Ken, I'm just going to answer very quickly. This is, I don't use MACD, but this is what we have for MACD, okay? This is what we have. So, I don't know if you have our program, okay? So, but this is the alerts that we have for MACD. Okay, so we do have, as I say, we do have some MACD alerts. I'm going to just quickly show them to you as I keep running. I want to keep running through an explanation of our product. So these are the time, 5-minute, crossed up, up or down below the signal. I say I don't use this at all. I don't use MACD at all. So maybe somebody else in the room who uses MACD, they might have a better idea. Now, we do have an arrangement that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. I'm going to pop a video in here, or a link to a video. All right, so this is what we call Brokerage Plus, and again, this is only available if you're using our app, not available in the web-based version. So if you watch that video and then you clicked on live, you then could get connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and you could use this window to trade your account if that's what you wanted to do. Not mandatory, okay? It's just a feature that we have. You can use it. You don't have to use it. One of the things you can do is if you watch that video, you can do things like this. So if I click on a symbol, ANPC, and I like what I see and I want to trade it, I can go back and notice when I hover over trade, these are buying and shorting options that appear. How did these appear? Because I watched that video and I created them. So this is what we call one-click trading. So you just pick how you want to trade it, click on it, and you're done. Okay, so it's not quite auto trading, but it's very, very close. These are hotkeys. If you want to get out of a position, you just flatten. You can get out of half your position, or you can double your position. Now, I should go over the AI before I go any further. This is what our AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and this is part of our premium service. So once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization program to optimize those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Now, I always say this, I don't care which strategies make the cut. All I really care about is show me the alerts that we get from them. In order to see them, again, you need our premium service. Click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you will see. Nothing happens until at least 9:35, okay? It doesn't work in the pre-market. Nothing happens after hours. And you just wait for the alerts to happen, and then you manage the trades as you see fit. For instance, the Avro trade, you should have been out, in my opinion. 12.25, it got all the way down here. 11.61, you should have traded some out. That's why I'm saying, the best way, in my opinion, to use the AI, you just manage the exits. If you want to take these entries, even then, there's no mad rush to get in just because the AI has an entry. You can kind of wait and see how it's trading, and if you like it, then you take the trade, and I would be managing the exits on your own. Okay? And again, what I would do then, once you have this window loaded, I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to load this window every morning. Yes, so you can now you do need, if you want to auto trade, you need our premium service, okay? So again, for those of you bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI, okay, go ahead. But use the simulator first, okay? I'm going to go over that right now. I'm going to go over the simulator right now. What I've done is I've said, okay, if you have an IB Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account, you can use this window. You just click on live. Once you've watched that video, it'll explain how to do all that. You can create your own strategies. Okay, and then you can click your own one-click trading. Now I want to go over the simulator because this is really important. If you're brand new to trading, please, 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 please do not trade until you have practiced trading. I know the attraction is so great. You've just funded your account and you want to get trading. And you may get lucky. I mean, you may hit the home run in their very first trade, and that's probably the worst thing that could happen because then you get overconfident. All I'm saying is that practice trading. We've got a great simulator right there. You just click on Sim, and now you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data. You don't have to, so it's not using your broker's data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even have to have a broker. If you just want to practice trading first without even having a brokerage account, you can do it, because it's using our real-time data. Very simple. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it to go long, you click buy. If you're selling it to go short, then you sell. I mean, it's very, very simple. So I just want to, so the question was, can you auto trade in the simulator, TI's data? So for those of you who are really interested in trying the auto trading, the AI, before you do it, try the simulator first. See how it works. See how it goes. All you have to do is, now you do need our premium service if you're going to auto trade anything. But then all you do is you just click on the Holly AI tab and you turn all the strategies on. You just highlight them all, or you pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, enable, and now they're all on. You've turned them all on. And see how it works. Please do not, don't rush into this. And you just see exactly how it works. You can also do the same thing with your own strategy. That's what I did here. I mean, I said, okay, let's just auto trade these as they come in. That's what I did here. That's why these showed up automatically. Probably not the greatest day to do it because the market is down and it's kind of chopping around a little bit. But I just wanted to see and how I would do it. Okay, so I took these on the entry and then I would manage the exits on my own. So how would you auto trade your own strategy? You have to watch the video. And you'll see how you can put your strategy in here, and then you see how I've turned this on. That's why this is trading. Now, if we just forget about auto trading and just, because I mean, forget about auto trading if you're brand new. Let's just sort of work on practicing just trading, call it in a normal fashion. So let's just take a look at KRMD. Say I wanted to take this trade right now, okay? So I pick how many shares I want. Let's say I'll take 300 shares. What's the spread like? It's only a couple of pennies, so I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay, so you see right there, 300 shares. It took 300 shares. You know what? I'm going to do another one because I don't want to complicate it. I'm going to get out of it right away. See how I just flatten it. Take another one because this was auto-traded earlier, so I don't want to. I want to make it a little more clear. Not that you can't do it. I mean, you could obviously. I could have got back into anything that I got out of, but I want to make it a little more clear. Okay, here's. I'd like to demonstrate it like this though. So here's ANPC. So let's just say you wanted to take ANPC, but you didn't want to take it right now. You wanted to take it on a pullback, say to this level, 750. So again, pick how many shares you want to do. I'm going to put 750 in both boxes here, 750 in both boxes. I'm going to click on the buy button and you'll see that blue line appears right in the chart. So if ANPC goes down to 750, it'll take 300 shares at 750. This is in the simulator. So that is a way, a lot of you like to, maybe play pullbacks. You want to take a pullback trade. So that's how you can do it. You could have also done it another way if you thought, you know what, I like to take it if it breaks the high of the day because it takes that high. It's got some room to run. So I could have put the prices above the current price in these two boxes right here. And then you would have seen a blue line above, okay? But this, a lot of people like to take a look at pullback plays. Now, I mean, if you don't have to take the trade, of course. I mean, if you decided, you know what, the market is still moving down, I don't want to really take any long trades right now, so you would just go to the orders and you just cancel the order. But right now, I'll just leave it in. Now I'm going to take a trade. Show you how you can do that. Let's just take this trade. I'm going to take GSKY, okay? Let me do the FINV. I'm still so intrigued by this one. I think it's... I'm going to take this I'm going to put a stop down here. In fact, that's a good stop, 30 cents. So I'm just going to take 300 shares at the market, FINV. You're going to see it'll show up right there. Okay, 774. I'm going to put a, actually, to make the math, I mean, ideally, the stop would be around 750, right there. Or you could put it at the low of that 15-minute candle. To make this math easy, I'm going to make it at 753, okay? And I'll show you why I'm doing this. I'm going to add the stop now. So if you're wondering, again, when you get into a trade, you can't assume every trade is going to work. You have to have a get out. You have to have a get out of the trade price. Where are you going to get out of this trade if it's not working? I should have put it at 754. Okay, I was just trying to make the math a little easier. So I was in at 774. Let's pretend the stop was at 754, 20 cents away. Okay. Now you might say, well, how do I know where to put the stop? Well, again, that comes with their experience. That's why you should practice in the simulator. You can start looking at charts and you can see, well, okay, right down there, those were the lows right there in the 2-minute. If it broke down below that, I should probably be out of the trade, right? So that's where I would have, really put my stop if I got into that trade for real. So again, get used to the concept of, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And the other concept is this, is that try to risk the same amount per trade. In other words, in terms of dollar value. So if you get into a trade, you say, okay, you know what? I'm going to risk $100 on this trade. Now, how much you're going to risk per trade will be, a direct correlation to your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say that based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. And you try to keep that amount the same for every trade. You don't risk 100 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next, 400 the next. Keep it, try to keep it really close to that same number. So you've got a manageable loss. You've got a stop that you've got a manageable loss of $100. Now that is going to share size you because you're not going to go into every trade saying, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. If the stop had been 754, which was 20 cents away, and I was going to risk $100 on the trade, well, if you divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So that's how you can share size. Because you won't be taking the same number of shares every trade. Your stop is not, and the other thing, don't think like this, well, I want to put a 10-cent stop every trade. Your stop has to be based on something. Look, there's no such thing as scientific fact. Even by looking at a chart, there's no science, 100% scientific basis or scientific basis that's where, the price is going to hold. But, logically speaking, when you look at the chart and you see, some accumulation at a certain price, you look at that and go, okay, that is a good area where, it could be resistance and it may not go below that price. But if it does, you get out. But of course, there's nothing, it's not guaranteed it's not going to. So once you get that straight in your head, you have a stop, price where you're getting out of the trade, and a manageable loss. That will really get you started on, account management. So important. Now, here's the next thing. So you've listened to me, and you keep hearing me talking about, you have to have a stop. Please have a stop. Have a manageable amount that you're going to risk per trade. So you do all that, and so, I put my stop right here, and then all of a sudden, it starts to work against you. The trade starts to work against you and starts approaching that 752. So we all do it. We all do it at the beginning. We start thinking, you know what, that stop that I've got there, it was obviously too tight because I know this is going to work. So you start moving it down. You move it down. So now the loss, if it gets down to that price, becomes a little bit more. And you keep moving it down because you keep thinking, look, it's got to work. I know this company. Great things are being said, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see what could happen. So you have a manageable loss of, say, $100 that you were prepared. And now all of a sudden it's turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss because you're too stubborn to obey your stop. And then finally you give up and you get out of the trade. So this is why if you keep this stop in place on the chart, this takes all of the emotion out of trading. All of it. You just let it happen and you move on. So that's why practice trading first to get used to that concept of not every trade is going to work, And listen, you get stopped out, and maybe it comes back, to the price where you got in before, and it sets up, and now maybe it works, for maybe you were just a little bit early, maybe the market was a little bit against you. There are a lot of reasons why you can get stopped out because the setup can still be good, but again, you might have been just a little bit early. Commissions are so cheap now, there's no excuse to not get out of a trade because you don't want to pay commission. Now, I don't often do this, but you can put targets. If you wanted to put a target, say obviously above the price. So I can put a target, just add a target order. Let's say I wanted to put, I want to make sure it'll show up on the chart. So let me just put a target of 820. Okay, I just want to show you how it does appear on the chart. Okay, so at this point, if I just let this run in auto fashion, I know I dropped this a little bit. If it goes down to 735, I'll lose $115. If it goes up to 820, I'll make $139. If I just let it run auto fashion, okay? So at this point, if I wanted to get out of the trade right now, again, I could flatten it, or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my position. I could go in here. If I only wanted to trade out 100 shares, I could, put 100 in here, and I would pick the price I want to get out at. So this is the simulator in action. Very simple to use. Again, using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. All right, guys, so let's see what's happening now. So I see Medieval MDVL popping up. It's got a ton of room. So you might hear me say that over and over again. It's got a ton of room. It's got room. So because I'm more of a momentum trader, virtually every stock I see is going to be at the high of the day. So I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always talking about looking left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to see, okay, great, you're at this level. If I look left, where could it keep going to before it encounters some resistance? Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but you can just see right here, MDVL, I mean, it hit a high up here of 1645, so it's pulled back. But had it been right up there, I'd be looking left and seeing that high up here of 1804. So I could say to myself, well, it still has some room until it hits the next high. And that's why I'm always looking at the higher time frames, so weekly and the monthly, just to see how far a stock could keep going without encountering chart resistance. A lot of other reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. You know, I mean, it's parabolic. Selling that takes place because, you know, some will say it's gone up too much too short a period of time. Could encounter maybe some moving averages, channel breaks, things like that. There are a lot of reasons why a stock will not keep going higher, even if it's not encountering chart resistance. But what I like to do is take that aspect of why a stock may not keep going higher out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. Man, this WPG just continues to move down. See, through the 200-day. See how it sat on the 200-day moving average? It closed right on it. There's that green line right there is a 200-day moving average. I mean, and now, I mean, the next low, so this is what I'm not in the short, of course, but, you know, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 627. You can see it's right there also. Probably right there. Yeah, the low on the daily chart is 627. The low on the weekly chart is 627. So this may be support. This may be an area where it will finally maybe find some support and maybe bounce a bit. No guarantee. No, Tony, you can't. If you're talking about this buy button right there, you talking about the buy button on the chart, Tony? You can't have more than one brokerage plus window set up. That buy button right here on the chart and the sell button on the chart, what you do is you create your strategy and then you assign one of your strategies to be the way in which you want to use the buy button. So, you know, for instance, if I went like this, set as default chart long strategy, you would just pick the strategy you want. So then when you clicked on the buy button, it would follow the strategy that you've used. Now, a lot of these questions, again, in an hour, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. He'll take over for me for an hour. You can ask him all sorts of questions about setting up strategies, and you know, like a question like that, Tony, he may have a different take on it. Okay. So if you want to stick around for an hour, you know, he's definitely our expert in using Brokerage Plus. All right, guys, KRMD starting to move a little bit, just a little bit. Definitely a lot of whippiness. Look at this. I mean, the CNET looked excellent for a bit, and then it's just pulled right back. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some thumbnail charts, see if there's anything happening here. Okay, so the market right now is just kind of flattening out. It's not really, it's kind of just flattening out a little bit here. But look how choppy, even on a 15, I mean, when I talk about choppy, so here's a 15-minute chart for the SPY. Look at the big bottoming tail, some topping tails, some bottoming tails. It's just sort of, trend right now, it's difficult to find. I mean, I'm not saying there's no stock that it doesn't have a definable trend, but when you start to get a market that's sort of chopping up and down, that's what can happen with many stocks. And so it makes it, difficult. That's why we're always kind of trying to find that alpha stock that doesn't really care what the market is doing. Yeah, so Tony, if you can stick around for an hour, you can ask a lot of questions. Michael will have, again, he's our expert with Brokerage Plus. DOG. All right, guys, KRMD starting to move a little bit. Another halt. This is Vino. Yeah, forget about this one. I'm going to look at the EH just because I want to see how crazy it's been. Yeah. All right, guys, KRMD is starting to turn into a winner now. There was the alert 471, so it's starting to turn, modest, very modest. I mean, it's been a tough day. Hi, JB. Really? No, that's not too far from where I live. I'm glad it didn't happen here. Yeah, okay, guys. Now look at the SPY. Look at the SPY. It's really, really choppy right now. Really choppy. Let's see what happens here. What time is it? 11:05. So this has another, 9 minutes or so to close that candle. If it turns into a big red candle, look out for your longs. Okay, well, will this WPG hold here? And the answer is, well, who knows? I mean, this is amazing. I mean, look at this move, another move down. 627 is the next low looking left for WPG. All right, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit. I want to answer some emails, so I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I have to interject right here. Don't listen to Real, okay? The last time he told me to buy a device on Amazon, it didn't work, okay? So don't listen to Real. And I'm kidding, but it didn't work. But couldn't resist Real, sorry. No, they told me. They actually told me. Sorry, only works on certain devices. All right, more halts. So this one just got resumed. I didn't see it was halted, to be honest. So I guess it did get. Yeah, it was a 10-minute halt, a 15-minute halt. Art W. All right. How much further did CLPS go? Yeah. So guys, it did get above that high briefly. That high was 18, and it got up to, wow, 1978. So I did take that out, and then it pulled right back. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Yeah, well, just look at Tiger, TIGR. Same thing. I would just, today, for whatever reason, even though a lot of the China stocks were up, but most of them have faded, including, these financial ones. FUTU, I'm sure, has done the same thing. Yeah, I mean, down $11. So I'm just holding off. It's just too choppy a day. I mean, I would like to get into this one at some point, but, it's I'm just not ready yet. Again, I took this one just to demonstrate how you can take a trade. But at this point, I don't have to wait for my stop. I can say, you know what, I just don't like the way it's trading, so I can just flatten it and get out of the trade. Again, that's in the simulator. You can always get back in. Look at CNET, guys. I mean, CNET, I mean, look how choppy everything is. I mean, this got way up here. 535 has dropped $1. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Yeah, I'm looking at NIO. I mean, a lot of the EV plays are just really. This NIO right here, I mean, you know, will it take out? I mean, look at all these lows on the daily chart right around here, around 54. Let's take a look. 54.37, 54.51, 54.84. So, you know, if this takes out 54, look out below for NIO, NIO. And look at the SPY now, guys. Look at that. Look at that move. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm just sort of in a quagmire right now. I'm not really seeing anything that is that interesting to me. Let's take a look at NEW. So the next high looking left is about 970, 970. Yeah, so that equates right there on that weekly chart. But it's a China stock, educational support services. I don't know what the rest of them are doing. Well, if I weren't doing this right now, trying to moderate a room, I'd be definitely wandering away for a while. You know, just try to let things settle down or try to find a short or something like that. Right now, I mean, this market is definitely looking like it wants to move down further. I mean, the only one that I'm still, you know, modestly, mildly interested in is this KRMD. Only problem with it, I mean, it probably is going to stall right at 5 anyway. So it's not, it doesn't, not like it has a ton of room. Okay, so guys, remember I put that ANPC? I was just showing you how you can take a trade on a pullback. The ANPC, we put the pullback at whatever price that was at 751. So it ended up taking the trade. Now, do I have to keep in this trade if I don't like the way the market is? Of course, I can flatten out right now if I want. I'll hold on just for a second, see if this bounces. But I mean, look at the market. I mean, it just doesn't look good. So that's what I was saying. I mean, just because I put this in as a potential pullback, and if I'd seen the market be doing this, I would have yanked that. I would have gone to my orders and I would have canceled that order because I just don't like the way the market's trading right now. Even to try to, pullback trades are great, but you like to see the market. So I'm just going to exit this trade right now. Flattened, gone, bye. For pullback or bounces to work, you want to have the market on your side a little bit. And right now, this is not the case. So, yeah, look at SOS on the way down. SOS, and this has been halted on the way down. Let me look at this one. I mean, another China stock way up here. Wow. I mean, way up here at 1640 or so in the pre-market, dropping $6. The low yesterday. I mean, if this takes out the low yesterday, I don't see anything holding it. 958. Here's the low yesterday. Well, good luck, William. As always. Okay, give me one moment, please. Well, I will keep my fingers crossed for you. Again, the low yesterday was 952 or 945. Well, let's see what exactly 961. It is stacking up. I know you know this, but it is stacking up right now. Not looking devastating. It's still stacking up at 1010, 1011. Remember this one yesterday? IO was look, 2 days ago. I mean, this got up to 536. Even tried yesterday a little bit, but now on the way down. Yeah, PVL. Yeah, you're right. PVL modest, but even so, I mean, you still have these topping tails, bottoming tails. After hours, it got up to 184. So this could easily stall right at two. I mean, just look at the weekly chart. Lots of action right at two. So, but if you're in at 169, yeah, that's good. Obviously. So I know CAR is an earnings play. That's all I know about KAR. It's an earnings play. Well, I mean, it's it's a nice pop off that 14, 1430 or so up to 1471. But you know, again, you're going against the SPY. I mean, it's still down 20%. I would have, if I were wanting to get into this, I would have to let it probably break at least that high right there, 1490, 15. It is? CNET's getting interesting for what? I mean, this has been straight down. I mean, there's the low, 414. I mean, maybe it bounces off that, but all right, what happened? Okay, well, SOS. So it bounced actually. Boy, talk about a big fizzle. Look at load. I mean, almost cut in half from the highs, 1128 down to 655. I mean, it's still up 191%. But, you know, this was a lithium play. All right, guys. Yeah, so that SSRM finally did really start to move down. I was looking to short this one right up in this area, kind of lost sight of it. It's an earnings play, SSRM. There's really no support, but I'm too late now, in my opinion. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, you're buying this. You're buying this. That's right. You're not shorting this. Wow. Okay, well, good luck. Well, I'm not going to guess. I have no idea where the market's going right now. I mean, it took out the lows right there at the SPY, so we were heading down for a while anyway. Can I consolidate the number of symbols? Well, I'm going to say no. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish. Like, how are you going to consolidate? If you're talking about it on an alert window, so for instance, I've got load there. Okay, I've got EBON there, EBON there, EBON there. I mean, if you wanted to, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by consolidating. I mean, you can put this in. I'm not going to do it, but you can put this in alphabetical order, I suppose. But it sort of defeats the purpose. I mean, these are real-time alerts that you're looking to get. So I don't know what you mean exactly by consolidating them. Still don't understand. So here's my list right there. Here's the count. Like, I don't know. Are you talking no repeat? I don't know what you mean. I'm going to say no because I don't know what you mean. Only really a couple of options. I mean, remember the alert window. Whole idea of it is to give you a real-time alert as it happens, and so that's what's happening here. This is just the no repeat version of it. So you don't see the symbol over and over. Okay, well, in that case, yes, no repeat. Okay, so just right click. So this is what I've done here. So I want to in this window. I do want to see it over and over again to really, it hammers the point home that it's making a new high over and over again. Yes, but then I duplicate the window. Right click, duplicate the window, and then that's where I add the no repeat. Right click properties and then don't repeat, and then you can pick your time frame. 1, 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. So that's why, and then give it another name. So, okay, give it another name. That's why, so I call it don't repeat. So I mean, it's pretty obvious to me because I'm only seeing the symbol one time. You see it over, you only see it the first time. You just see it the very first time. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from that alert? Well, okay, congratulations, William. Who knows where that would have gone? I mean, it did take out yesterday's low. You're welcome, Sam. Yeah, when it broke yesterday's low, wow, I mean, that was pretty dicey. Okay, JB, so, excuse me. First thing you do is you take your T window, okay, right click on it, collaborate. So the question is, how do you take a topless window and turn it into an alert window? I mean, obviously you can just, if you wanted to, you just look at the filters. You know, this one there aren't very many, of course, but you would take all your filters and then you start from scratch. But there's an easier way to do it. So right click, collaborate, copy. Now you've copied, okay, your filters. And then new, from the toolbar, new alert window. Start from scratch. Get rid of everything. Load the settings. Okay, so now it's empty. Then say OK, and it's going to say you have selected no alerts. Do you want to return to the config window? Just say no. Now you'll have just a very basic alert window. Then right click, collaborate, and paste. Okay, so now, and this was a bad example because there are no filters in here, but had there been filters in here, you would have seen them all. Okay, it was a bad example for me to use. But had I picked another topless window with a lot of filters, you would have seen all the filters now in here. And then the next step is to choose a trigger. Get rid of that heartbeat. Forget the heartbeat. Don't even ask me what it is. Get rid of it and then choose your trigger. New high, new low, whatever it is. And now you've basically taken that topless window and turned it into an alert window. Okay? Make sense? I should have picked another one. Like this one, okay? So here's you understand. Good. Wow, this WPG, no hold now. I mean, now you're looking way down here around $5 for WPG. Oh, I'm glad I didn't hop into that. I was so close. I mean, I would have had to stop, so it wouldn't have killed me, but I was very close to taking this right up here on that big green candle, the Fin V, when it took out 8 again. It's just not time. And look, I mean, this may be over. I mean, we may be in the start of a multi-day decline for Tiger and FUTU. Okay, guys. Now this is no data available. What price? This looks like this is a SPAC. Let me make sure, because I'm just looking at the price. FSII just launched here, but I just want to make sure that it's not a true IPO. Oh, no, it is actually it's not a SPAC. 17.5 million shares, priced at $10. So it's a little bit above. Okay, and who's behind it? Jefferies, Evercore, Credit Suisse. So this is an IPO. Not a SPAC. No, this looks like another IPO, guys. Or, yeah, it's hard for me to believe this is an IPO. AUUD. If it is, it's a super cheap one. No, it is. Wow. This is another IPO. 4 million shares at 413. That's about the cheapest IPO I've seen. Man, WPG just continues to move down. I'm kicking myself for not being in that short yesterday. I mean, the Dow's only down 78. It just feels like it's down more. But tech is taking it on the chin. Look at the Qs right here. So yeah, tech is kind of taking it on the chin today. Yeah, it might be near. Yeah. Well, if it takes us 6, I mean, honestly, there's just no support for it. WPG, there's just no support. Boy, I haven't seen snow for a long time. Though we did have some on the weekend, haha. But yeah, it's just way out of the price range I like to trade. But yeah, you would think that this might be like 270 odd would be a support area for snow. This SRM, yeah, I mean, I mean, this still has a long way. It could keep falling. It's an earnings play. It's okay. Well, I have to admit, that's an inventive pseudonym you've got there, the Troublemakers. Okay, what do I think about Tilray? Well, somebody pointed out they actually have earnings after hours. So I don't know what you want me to say or expect me to say. Has earnings after hours? I certainly do not ever hold anything through earnings. So right now, I mean, like the majority. Let's just make sure I'm right. Yeah, I mean, look at MJ. So the cannabis sector is getting beaten up again, and Tilray is part of it. So, but I have no opinion one way or the other in terms of what I think is going to happen when they release earnings after hours. So, my only opinion is I never ever hold through earnings. Yeah, I mean, it looked interesting yesterday. I mean, the entire sector popped yesterday, okay, I mean, that's a massive, massive downturn. So again, I have to get Tuesday, Friday, Thursday. So that was a massive downturn on Thursday, after a huge move. This was really the Wall Street bets crowd getting into it here. So kind of whatever you want to make of it, somewhat artificial. You could say that right here, if you were in here and you didn't see that, you'd be saying, okay, it's still up, But I mean, it got all crazy for these 2 days. It looked like it was trying to bounce yesterday, but no. And I'm not just talking Tilray, but the entire sector. This looked like there was the bounce yesterday, but no. And again, I have no idea how the market is going to react to earnings for Tilray. Okay, guys, I did get a confirmation that it'll be Michael in YouTube room starting just around noon. Okay, so again, you have a lot of questions about setting up your strategies. You want to auto trade. You want to do using Brokerage Plus, etc. You have questions. Today's the day between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room, and I'll give you the link because that's when I'll be taking my break. Another pets halted, resumed. PETZ. Now halted again. What a choppy day. I mean, this is just a really choppy day. Yeah, I mean, listen, sometimes there's just, days or you just sit on your hands and do nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to trade every day. Unless your name is William. I mean, yesterday was sensational for the options plays and my watch list. I mean, virtually everything was gold. Yeah, William is in every minute. Got to be in something every single waking minute. Well, look, the Fluidigm is kind of interesting. No, we saw it earlier. It's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. It's above the VWAP. It's got room. I mean, it's got room. I mean, if it can hold in this area, what did it get to? Got up to 636. But again, I mean, it's just kind of chopping around on the 15-minute chart. Really? I don't believe you. Hours. I don't believe you. All right, guys. What is ONTX doing? Too close to 2. It's just too close to that whole number. Well, let's take a look at Nectar, NKTR. I mean, again, another real choppy one. But it is basing now. At least it's basing now. So I suppose if later on, one way or the other. I mean, if it breaks down, great. If it breaks up, great. But right now, it's putting in a big solid 5 minute on the 5 minute chart, a big base just at 25. Look at it right here on the 15 minute. So I will stick an alert at 25.27, and I'll stick an alert at 24.90. A couple of price alerts right there, and see if it breaks out one way or the other. HOTH, okay, from IJA in the. I mean, it's got some room. Is this a cannabis play? I can't even remember anymore. No. So yeah, I mean, if it can take out 278, then if you look left, it's got some room to 3. It's not to me. It doesn't have a ton of room, but I mean, to make it worthwhile, you've got to take a few shares if you think 3 is going to block it. My IB did not crash, no. I don't know. I don't think I saw any news on it. I know it's a Canadian company, AQU. I didn't see any news on it, so I have no idea. But it's terrible. I mean, $6 almost cut in half. So I have no idea. When if I, excuse me, If I, well, okay, let's see what it says, why it happened. Yeah, no, I mean, that's sort of a teaser. There's no news from the company. A recent SEC filing. Nah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, there's really no news. There are so many stocks like that now. You know, you check, you see a big pre-market move, and you say, okay, I wonder why, and you check, and there's just literally no news. I don't think I've really seen this one before. I actually did see Fubo earlier. You know, that's got a huge short float percentage position, still all huge. It's 21%. That is big. But look at this. I mean, I mean, you might be right. You might be right. But man, look at these bottoming tails. Maybe it's over, you know, and it might have a little run in it. But man, oh man. But the AI, I mean, it's been kind of, you know, on a down day. I mean, you know, it's got some nice percentage moves. 4%, 4%, 3%, 2%. Not bad on a day. Now, and they're all short except for the INBX. This would be interesting. INBX. Boy, it's got a lot of room if it wants to keep running. Hmm. Boy, but how choppy this is also on the 2 minute chart. Look how choppy this is. I mean, it's a little better on the 15, you know, but man, look at these little gap downs. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Usually, Michael shows up about 5 minutes before noon in the YouTube room. So I want to put that link in again. You know, now's your time. You want to ask questions about auto trading and using Brokerage Plus. Today's the day between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be here until he tells me he's in the room. Yeah, you can see what sort of day this is. I mean, all these yellow, I mean, there's just virtually so many stocks just making new lows now. And from my watch list, these were all added to the watch list because the bias was going to be a long play. I mean, look at ASLN. So, I looked at this and I thought, wow, I mean, if this can keep going, I mean, look how much room it has. The next high in the weekly was up to 825. It's just not working out that way today anyway. You two, the troublemakers. That's funny. Okay, Michael, I think you're streaming now. Okay, just want to make sure, Michael, you're definitely streaming, right? In the YouTube room before I stop? You probably can hear me. Just need a confirmation. Okay, I'll stop now, Michael. Okay.
All right, everyone, just getting everything set up here. Let's do this, see what happens. Okay, that's good. Oh, that's obnoxiously big. Let's move that. Make sure my sound is coming through there. All right, so I heard and saw myself there, so we are good to go. Barry, if you're listening, remind me to lower the latency on the stream. I think it's a little bit higher than it needs to be. Just taking longer than I thought to get that stuff over. So I can lower that. Okay, guys. So now that we got all that set up, hey Sam. So what we do here, if you guys are new, is we give Barry an hour off, go take care of some things, get something to eat, and all that kind of stuff. And we open up the chat here to live support. So, essentially, you guys have an hour every single day to ask any questions of the traders that we have here and about trading, about trade ideas, about all that kind of stuff. So just a little about me. If you don't know, I always like to plug myself, because why not, right? I've got a small little channel over here where I do videos. I'm a kind of quantitative swing trader, I guess you could say. Everything I do has some sort of back test or math or something related to it. So that's my focus on the market. I build a lot of the stuff for the AI, the trading algorithms for the AI, and tweak those and a lot of that stuff. So Brokerage Plus, automated trading, that type of thing will be my forte. But as someone who is hopefully soon to be a CMT, and been trading for 15 years, I can field pretty much everything. Hey, Peter. So, the kind of last bit of the speech that I give is that the more questions you guys ask, the better. We don't really have a whole lot, set up for these, simply because they're, we're all doing other things. We're trading, we're, building algorithms, right? I've got the YouTube channel and all that, and then we come over here for an hour, pretty underprepared. So whatever you guys have for questions, that will certainly help us out to fill the time. If not, you're just going to hear me ramble on about the market, which has been a choppy one today. Here on 30-minute bars, you can see up, down, with really nothing, huge or crazy going on anyway, which is fine. And it's the markets can't go straight up, can't go straight down. Sometimes it needs to take these rest days. They're just kind of annoying to trade. Get my little drawing tool. I've upgraded to a fancier new drawing tool here. Is it that? Yeah, that does it. Okay. How much does the CMT cert cost? A lot. The actual course, I think it's like 600 or so a course. You can find that out a little more on their website. I would highly recommend a companion course as someone who just finished it, and I would actually highly recommend the Optuma course. To be honest, not a huge fan of their software. I get it. Their software is a very complex, designed for professional software. Not a massive fan of that, but their course was phenomenal. The sample tests they have is great. As kind of a lifelong learner myself, I really value tests, right? It's well known the brain doesn't learn through reading and repetition and taking notes and stuff. It learns by testing itself. The same way the body grows by testing its limits, so does the brain. So their tests were great. They were pretty close to what it was, but those courses alone were another, I think, $1,000 per level. Plus, then you need membership, and that's $400 or $500. So the capital outlay is going to be a bit. As soon as I need to go through whatever their filtering is, I guess. You need 3 sponsors who are already CMTs. You need to be working in some respect, in some sort of environment in which having market knowledge is beneficial, I guess is the best way to put it. So once I've done all those, I hopefully will be good to go. And I actually made a video reviewing all of them, so you might want to wait for that. It'll be up on the channel, about reviewing the course and everything. Now, I'm not looking at it to get a job, right? Because I trade for a living and I consult with trade ideas, and I have no intention of leaving either one of those. So I can't really speak to that as a benefit, but from a trader point of view, it did a really good job of pulling me outside of my comfort zone. You know, as traders, we have these things that we do kind of every day, day in and day out, and you know, if you're profitable, you're very hesitant to change those. The CMT did a really good job, for me anyway, of saying, hey, you know, look at this, look at, you know, cycle analysis or Elliott wave or point and figure charts or something. And there were some things I didn't, you know, I didn't take with me. A lot of it I didn't take with me, but sometimes just looking at the market and looking at charts and stuff from a different point of view is a really cool way to do it. No, so Rick, you can split it up. You can take it as slow as you want. I took one section every 6 months. You can do it for longer than that, right? You can go a year or so between sections if you want, and you know, depending on how much effort you're going to put into it, it may be recommended to split it up a bit. For me, it was just about like how quickly can I go. So where the channel to get advice on scanner setup? Well, you can ask right here, Castaway. Again, my channel above, I talk more about kind of algorithmic type stuff. But if you have a setup that you want to, or if you have questions about the scanners, let me know. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to post here our Trade Ideas University, which if you're brand new, I would highly recommend giving that a watch. It's a 4-part course, and they split it up by 101, 201, 301, 401. And, you know, as just like in a university, it gets more complicated as it goes. So if you're brand new, you know, watch 101 and then play with it for a while, and then come back and then maybe watch 201 and then play with it for a while, and so on and so forth. And by the end of it, you'll understand the back tester and the auto trader and all this. But that 101 should be enough to kind of just get your foot in the door and get you to start playing with scans. I did the trial they offer. My only issue was second guessing everything I was doing correctly. There is a bit of that when I took the CMT. There is a bit of, you know, I had been trading for 15 years and looking at charts for 15 years before I took it. So there was a bit of having to learn, you know, they'll propose a question and they'll say, what do you think of this chart? What do you think of this technical setup? And you know, all these things. And there was a bit of having to ignore what I did and relearn what they wanted me to say as opposed to what I would have answered it as. But I would just look at it as, you know, if you have a style that is working for you, then great. You know, all you're doing is bringing in more piece of information. So it shouldn't change your day-to-day trading. But what it could do is implement a new theory, and then you test that theory against what you're already doing, right? So, you know, they implement maybe point and figure charts, and you say, oh, that's interesting. Let me look at how point and figure charts would affect my trading and kind of bring that in. And that, as a quote unquote quant kind of a trader, that's something I do all the time anyway, where I want to always be looking. I have a couple styles and setups that work for me and make sense for me over the long run, but I'm always looking at, you know, hey, what's going on next, right? What's happening next? What's up with GSKY? GSKY. Oh, that's a wild one, yeah. What is up with this? Short squeeze? Yeah, must be. Or yeah, some news out. DoorDash, Airbnb, sell Uber technology, ServiceNow. Okay, so no interest in a this Dragoneer investment group is interested in them. Looks like what's going on there. So a large investor is showing interest. A lot of insider trading in this one, I've noticed. Like, look at the pie chart here of the insider buying versus selling. Nothing this year so far, but a lot of people in the know in the inside buying. Thoughts on a stock that would appear is holding its moving averages, but the market takes a dive. The stock goes up. Hold on. The market takes a dive and the stock gives up the moving average. Is support gone? Probably, right? Right. So support and resistance is going to be relative to your time frame. It's going to be relative to, what you're looking at. If it's broken and held below, then I would consider that as a support broken if that's part of your trading strategy. But you could look at something like GSYK here, and you could say, okay, well, someone trading the 30-minute could say this is support, and someone who's a swing trader could say that's support, and there's an 8-period moving average here, but there's a 5-period moving average there. There could be a 2-period moving average that breaks. So all of this is subjective and relative to what it is that you're interested in as a trader. So if that's your plan, if that's your trading plan that you've written up that says these are the moving averages I'm going to look at, well, if those moving averages break, then yeah, you may want to jump out. The secret to trading, guys, if you ever want to know, it's just having a plan that you have written and that you've tested, that has if-then scenarios for as many situations as you can possibly think of, and then you just rinse and repeat over and over and over again till it's boring. The best trading, I've noticed, is just incredibly, incredibly boring. So yeah, I'm not a big moving average guy. My problem with moving averages is that you can have a 1-period moving average already to 1,000-period moving average, right? There's ones that are more common than others, and that may cause them to be support and resistance, right? So you could look at those. You'll notice on my chart there's only one moving average, and that's the 80 MA. There's no magic there at all. I don't even use it as support and resistance. I use them as a trailing stop. So for example, I'm in SLS here, and I've been in SLS since right here. Right, so there's my entry on SLS. When it did this craziness, I got out some of my position. The rest, I just gonna wait for a close below this moving average, right, and I'll be out. So that's because that's the system that I've created for these. So it's not that I think there's any support resistance there. It's just I want a simple visual way to trail the stops to make sure I'm able to get the most out of the things when they're working, and then abandon them as soon as the trend is not where I want it to be. So that's how I use moving averages, right? And I'm not going to say that that's right or wrong, but it's going to be whatever your trading plan you built is. And I always say, if you don't have one, stop what you're doing immediately, and then go build that out. Tesla, it's very real doji looking right now. If we closed here, right, you don't want to talk about a candle until it's closed, because a candle's not a candle till the closing print. But if it were to close here, what I see in this is, right, a break of this kind of rounded top support. And if we hold below there and put in a doji, dojis are huge indecision candles. So I would look to see if we broke kind of one way or the other on that one the next day. Stephen Bigelow is kind of coined the phrase of the 8 EMA being the T line. I like his style of trading. I've followed him for many years now. Very simple, right? Simple trend continuation. Using a short-term moving average like that to make sure he's on the right side of the trend, the trend that is his time frame. Stay in as long as it works, stay out. That's actually where I adopted that from. When is the next beta coming out? We got some bugs to fix with E-Trade, and then we'll probably send one out maybe in the next week or so. That's why we're having betas, right? Is because we need testing en masse, and the more testing we get, the more issues that we're able to flush out. So that's the whole beta process. It is working, I will say, with version 2.06. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm noticing some issues with stop losses not firing, things like this that we'll have to work around, but buying and selling, and then away we go. Buying, selling's working good. The algos for entries are working well. Some of the orders that we have to keep server side because E-Trade's API doesn't like OCO orders aren't working as well. To be honest, I'm glad I'm an Interactive Brokers customer and I'm not going to leave. They're both E-Trade and TDA's APIs are just bad. And it makes sense, right? If the trades are free, well, they're not going to spend a lot of time supporting, their platforms and their API and all that kind of stuff. What's the timing using Ameritrade? Ameritrade's been kind of backburnered for now, just because, as I was talking about, their API is very, very, very bad, and we need to figure out a lot of workarounds there. Things were happening in which it wasn't telling you whether or not you were filled on a position until up to 3 hours later. And, you would send an order and it would get filled, but you wouldn't see it through the API. You would only see it through Thinkorswim for hours. So we have to figure out a way to work around these guys' API. And it's the same thing that's happening with E-Trade. They don't even accept OCO orders, which for people who are new at trading, an OCO order is basically just stands for one cancels other, where you can send out, say, a stop loss and a profit target, And what you want to have happen is if your stop loss gets hit, it cancels your profit target. Or if your profit target gets hit, it cancels your stop loss. They don't support that via API. So we have to kind of make up our own and hope that those get tracked perfectly throughout. Again, that's what you get. It's one of those things, right? You get what you pay for. And if your commissions are free, your fills are bad, the platforms are going down all the time, they're selling your order flow to God knows who, and you got to deal with the issues. But Michael, any thoughts on IB with DAS? DAS is an okay platform. It's dated. You got to understand that you're using an older platform with not a lot of frills. The benefit with DAS is with DAS, it's old, but it's solid, right? It's one of those things. It's like a banking platform, right? Where they don't update it, but they don't update it because as soon as they do something new, they're worried it's going to break something. So it's a very, again, old, dated, but very solid platform. Now, it doesn't work with the Brokerage Plus module. So for me, it's a no-go, right? I use Brokerage Plus for all of my trading, so I need it. But if you don't, well, DAS might be something you take a look at. Is Interactive Broker my first choice of Brokerage Plus? Yes, it is, because Interactive Brokers, they're still charging you for trading, which means, and it's the way, so you guys all know this. If it's free trading, it's not free trading, right? They're selling your order flow to Citadel and all these things, and they're basically, you're trying to buy something, say you're trying to buy Tesla at what is it, 773.28. Your fill is going to be a couple cents worse than that. Citadel makes the money. You have paid a commission, but without realizing that you've paid a commission. Interactive Brokers, I would rather just pay the fee up front and know what my fill is going to be. I would rather have a platform that works consistently, right? I hear all the time E-Trade's platform, Thinkorswim, goes down all the time since they switched to zero commission trading. I want an API that's solid, that is written well, that makes sense. Again, it's a get what you pay for. The way I look at it is that the couple bucks in and couple bucks out on every trade, if that's gonna if that's gonna turn me from a winning trader to a losing trader, I need to reevaluate my trading system, right? I don't need to spend much time looking at how to save $1 here or $1 there on fees. And so that's my thing. And again, Canadian Interactive Brokers is kind of our best choice here as well. But I have ways that I could trade in American if I wanted to. Do you have any recommendations and settings to approve the trade ideas most up and down in post-market window to narrow down to find valuable long positions? Well, again, so it's depending on what your definition of a valuable long position is. But let's go into, so you're in the post-market channel. So again, what does your trading plan define as a valuable long position? And then what we'll do is we'll try to point something that's on your written trading plan there. And again, I always say, if you don't have a written trading plan, stop gambling, stop hurting yourself, and go get one. Most of these things, I will say, these default channels, we don't have the highest volume criteria to it. So what you may want to do is, if you're seeing a lot of things that you think aren't good enough, right? We only have 100,000 average daily volume. You might want to crank that up, right? That would get rid of a lot of the lower volume stocks, but I don't know, maybe lower volume is what you're after. I had no issues with Thinkorswim. I'm glad it's working for you. I looked at the down detector and it was down, I want to say 32 times last year, which is insane. And that's just right. You can look it up. How much each platform goes down. Thinkorswim, especially during peak market hours, has gone down pretty consistently last year. What we need to do is, right, the benefit of the API that we're building is it doesn't use Thinkorswim, it uses their API connection. So even if Thinkorswim goes down, we're hoping their API will stay up. But again, we have to work around all of these API issues that they have. So yeah, Castaway, let me know the improvements you would want to see. Looking at it, for me, the only thing I would think of is it has pretty low average daily volume for me anyway. I don't want something that trades 9 or 100,000 average daily volume often, right? And unless it's doing a massive amount of volume now, I don't really want to see too much of that. I'm looking for a commission broker that I can have very small risk management for quick day and swings. As I mentioned Monday, last week, fills and slippage cost me more than the risk I was willing to take. DAS Trader may be good for that. DAS Trader is going to be very quick. Again, it's a dated platform. It's not going to have a lot of fancy things to it, but it's solid. It's quick. It's kind of existed for a while. I used DAS Trader back when I was trading in the prop firms years and years ago, and it's still pretty unchanged from there, which isn't a bad thing at all. Again, it uses the bank model where they make very minor changes over time because their whole thing is they want speed and reliability. What's my thoughts on Lightspeed versus Interactive Broker? I haven't traded with Lightspeed. I hear fairly good things about Lightspeed. They're kind of like DAS, where they're not trying to go with anything fancy. They're just trying to go solid, and they're trying to go speed. But as a Canadian, I've used a lot of them. I've used Fusion, I've used Sterling, I've used a lot of things, but hold on here. Sorry, the dog was defending me from like a squirrel or something outside. Go back into here and we'll see. Move my brokerage plus. 3-month waiting list for, wow, Lightspeed. Business must be doing well if they've got a waiting list. Yeah, I've never used it. Again, I've heard it's a good solid kind of a platform. No thrills, no muss, no fanciness, but again, fanciness you can get from, your Trade Ideas connection. You don't need your broker from that. One more question on the CMT. Is it more geared towards swing trading or day trading? They seem to frown on day trading. They're not really time frame dependent. It's technicals, and I will say there's a big proponent now, which I love because it's just the way I trade, and I kind of wholeheartedly agree that this is the future of trading. But there's a big push on quantitative type stuff, algorithmic type things. The stats, right? The stats for nerds type of things. I think that's great. Just note, but no, it's not. They're not really. They actually do have in level 3. They have a whole section on intraday patterns where they looked at a lot of the math behind, if a stock closes strong, what does it do? And it gaps tomorrow, what happens generally, and things like this. But it's a lot of think for yourself kind of stuff. It's a lot of here's how you build a trading plan. Here's how you back test a trading plan. Here's how you come up with a theory, and here's the scientific method approach to get that theory into something that you can actually trade. All of this stuff I think is huge. There's no one way to trade. That's why when people come in and say, I want a good trade, it's like, well, what do that's an unanswerable loaded question, right? What you want to do is you want to focus on your processes. How do I come up with an idea? And then I take that idea and I build it into something that's a trading philosophy down the road. And that's something that I do a lot on my YouTube channel, right? Where I talk about how to go about doing these things. Is there a way to make an alert that links technical indicator info with keywords from SEC filings? No, not keywords from SEC filings, but technical indicators. So you could say, I want something that's close, or, the RSI is oversold or overbought or something like that. So from the technical side, yes. NLP type stuff, which is what you're talking about, like scrubbing words from SEC docs, we're looking at it. You can do fundamental data if you just want the data from an SEC filing. So if you wanted current debt or earnings growth, EPS, PEG, all of these type of things, you can do those. Not necessarily words, but the actual data behind the words, which as someone who's traded for a long time, listen to numbers over words. Anyone can say anything. The numbers speak for sure. How often do I do this seminar? I am on here every Wednesday. So if you're trying to avoid me, avoid Wednesdays. If you're trying to see more of me, you can see I have probably 1,000 videos at this point up over on my YouTube there. I'm going to do more live streaming on YouTube. I did one on Monday, and it was fun. It was like 2 hours long, and it was fun. So I'm going to do some more of that, I think, on my channel as well. If you're trying to avoid me, just avoid Wednesdays. Yeah, no problem. Rick, with the CNP stuff, I am the king of having designations that no one's heard of. I have my CAIA and my CDMS already, and no one's heard of those. And I will have my CMT, knock on wood, barring I pass whatever kind of background check they're doing on me now. And then I'll have 3 designations that no one's heard about. What's the difference between Trade Ideas and eSignal add-on on Trade Ideas? So the eSignal add-on for Trade Ideas is basically like a web version that we put out 5 years ago, I think. So the main differences are auto trading with the downloaded version. You can back test with the downloaded version. The artificial intelligence is in the downloaded version. The channel bar, the price alerts. There's a bunch. Basic scanning and alerting is what you're going to get with the eSignal version. Everything on top of that, the fancy kind of stuff, is more what you'll find with the full version, like the paid for version. Can you build a scan for a bearish market? Stocks crossing the 10-day SMA. Yeah, so you could. You could build a new alert window. And we'll just do something rough here, and you can change it as you see fit. But let's say you want stocks that are making a new low And then we'll go 10-day SMA. And you'll see that we have that here. And let's say it's below the 10-day SMA, but it's not far below the 10-day SMA, so we'll end up getting them when they cross. And let's say average daily volume, 500,000 shares, and price over $1. So that would be your scan right there. So WPC is making a new low. And let's bring this chart up here. And if we go to indicators and we'll add an SMA and we'll add a 10 SMA and we'll hit OK. And you can see that WPC just broke below its 10 SMA on the daily. What do the other designation mean? So CAIA is Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst, and I got that when I was working in the hedge fund space. It's basically meant for people who work with hedge funds, people who look at alternative investments, quote unquote, which has to do a lot with alternative investments. So hedge funds, private equity, real estate. It's valuing securities that are weird and complicated to value. Credit default swaps, collateralized mortgage obligations, all this stuff. I used to do all this kind of stuff for a living back when I worked in the hedge fund days when we would trade everything that you could trade. But the problem is if it's not a liquid security, you can't price it. So you need to pay a guy like me to help you run the math to price it. CDMS is a Canadian-only designation, which is Certificate in Derivative Market Strategies. Essentially just means I understand options and futures and swaps and all the derivative type of securities, and that I understand the different strategies that you can use with them and things like that. It's mainly focused on energy market risk management and energy market trading, because in Canada that's most of our economy, right? A bit like a third of our economy is financials and a third of our economy is energy. So it's long and short. That's what the two of them are. And then the CMT, which if I can get that, if I pass that, then that will be another. Then I'll have to probably add more. I'll drop one, or I'll have to pay Twitter or something to get a longer name. But yeah, I always, it's one of those things. I graduated with a finance degree and I was trading prop at the time. So kind of, the traditional way of thinking would be go get your CFA. I just don't like that. I kind of like the road less traveled, where, a lot of people have their CFAs. Not a lot of people have those other weird designations. It means I'm less hireable. Also helps that I've got consulting arrangements with Trade Ideas that I love. And then from there, I went and KR, I can give this to you here, KR, if you want it. And then I trade for myself for a living, right? So I do a lot of my designations and stuff for my own education and, maybe to increase ones. We don't scan for exponential moving averages at this time, only simple moving averages. Now, in most cases, a simple moving average and an exponential moving average will be incredibly close to one another. There will be times in which they're different, but you can take a look at our course. I'll put it here. That will teach you how to use the system, and you can build those scans based off of simple MAs. And again, in most cases, they're the same. We are working on products that will bring that kind of other stuff in. EMAs just take way, way more data for basically the same thing an SMA gives you. Just the calculations behind them are more complicated, and then you take that more complicated and you expand that out. Wow. Jeez. I was looking at load in the pre-market. That thing just tanking. Wow. Just looking at my other charts here too. It just hit 11.25 in the pre-market and then just rolling over and dying. The slope of the moving average depends how you define slope. So you can't find like the typical y equals mx plus b slope, but you can find some linear regression type things on price, which we have in the system. And again, that YouTube playlist will help you get those. What you can do is you can, within the custom formula, say I want one moving average to be above another moving average, and then just by inference of the math, it's going to be up or down. But just a simple slope of a moving average as a filter, we don't have those in the system quite yet. I would check out that playlist. It will give you a real good shot of what you can do. And then, as always, just go into new and alert window. And then this search box, if you want something, just type it in, right? So if you type in slope, right, you're not going to find anything there. But if you want to see everything you can do with moving averages, just type in moving average. And you'll get, this will be the list of filters and alerts that you can find relative to moving average. So for example, you could have an 8 period above a 20 period, or a 20 period above the 200, and away we go. So yeah, so everything you want with moving averages, you go into the system, you search for moving averages. If it's here, you can reference it. And if it's not, then we don't have that in the system yet. You can send in a feature request or something if you'd like, and we'll take a look at it. That's right. If it's not there, then you cannot reference it. Man, I'm trying to see. So load here, if we go and we look at the pre-market action on load, and this would just be kind of a shot in the dark. I call these right or right out trades, right? You take your shot, you're either going to be right or turn around and get out. But the pre-market open is kind of right where we're sitting. Like this pre-market low right here is what, 550? I may play a game, and if we get back over 6, pick some up at 6, put a stop at 550. You gotta have a 50-50 shot on that one. What else trades do I have? The only swing trade I got into today was NCLH here. Picked some NCLH up right here over yesterday's high. And so far so good. It's came back a little bit off highs, but not too much. So what is it? Load. Let's keep an eye here on load. Again, it would be a for fun trade. Yeah, we'd have to clear and hold 6. So, you know, maybe 605 or something like that. Yeah. Just looking at this, let's just take that and put it there. And then just change the color and make that green so it's easier to see. Just kind of thinking, right, if this flush down fails and we reverse that flush down, maybe you get a little, this is a scalp. This wouldn't be oh, I expect this thing to get back to highs or anything, because certainly not. It would be, can it get back? Where's the VWAP here? So the VWAP with pre-market on is way up at 780. And if I take pre-market off, it's still at 724. The Fundrise IPO. No, I never heard of that one. Do they actually even IPO stocks anymore? I thought it was all 100% SPACs. There was no thing about IPOs. It's just different forms of SPACs now. Wild market. We got SPACs taking over. We've got Tony, what's the best non-lagging indicator do you have? Well, it's what do you consider best, right? The only non-lagging indicator is price. That's the only indicator that exists that's non-lagging. Everything else is lagging in some way, right? Every moving average is lagging, every MACD, every RSI, every stochastic, because every single indicator is based off price. So just therefore, right, every indicator is lagging. So there is no such thing as a non-lagging indicator. Now, what's the best indicator? Again, what's your trading style? What's your written trading plan say about when you should enter a trade and when you should exit a trade? If you're revision to a mean guy, you may want to look at like an RSI or Bollinger Bands. If you're a trend guy, you may want to look at moving averages. You may want to look at linear regression divergence. But if anyone ever tells you they have a non-lagging indicator, run. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, right? You don't need to be, in the second something turns or something like that, but there is no such thing. So be careful if someone tells you there is. New to all this, but got some load 5 hours ago. Well, again, it's all about your trading plan. If your trading plan says to buy load 5 hours ago and hold on to it, and you're honoring your trading plan, then that's good. And if you're not, you're not, kind of thing. I buy at 30 or below Stochastics Daily, sell at 80 or above Stochastics Daily. That'll work sometimes. Sometimes it certainly won't. So that's not a trading plan in and of itself, right? I'm sure you have, here's my stop loss, here's my profit target, here's the blah, 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 blah. You'd have more than that, because let's look at, we don't have the stochastics on here, but let's look at IMPX is a stock that has just gotten murdered over time. And, right, so this used to be $1,000 stock. The stochastics would be under 30, or sorry, a $10,000 stock, split adjusted, right? Stochastics would have been under 30 at 10,000. They are probably still under 30 at $2. So again, right? No, if there was an indicator out there that on itself made money, you would never hear about it. Right? A new trader. So, shameless plug, but as a new trader, I highly suggest going through this playlist. So again, I'm biased because this is a playlist that I made, but this is me taking my wife during quarantine, who had never traded before, but is interested in trading and interested in getting into trading, and teaching her, the first lesson is what is a stock. And 36 lessons later, we go into building a trading plan, how to construct it, how to build a trading checklist, how to review the trading plan to make any changes or updates or anything as things go on. Again, 36 lesson course. If you're not extremely new and you watch the first few lessons and you say, wow, this is really slow, it's meant to be. Just skip ahead. We go through technical analysis and statistical analysis and fundamental analysis and indicators and why I don't use them and why they're all lagging. We go through all this kind of stuff. And it's free. It's on YouTube. So fill your boot. No, relative volume does not work pre or post market. 1 minute volume should. Best classes. Oh, I love the compliments, Sam. You certainly don't need to, but it's free, right? So watch a couple videos. If you hate the sound of my voice and you don't want to watch it anymore, well, that's fine. But it's free, right? So there's people would charge thousands of dollars, I think, for the information that's in that course. And Trade Ideas basically, just said, here, you take your time during your working day and you can go and do this and sit down with your wife and teach her how to get into it. And she's doing some swing trading now and in paper mode, right? Because of course, if you don't know what you're doing, you don't trade live money. Until you're profitable in paper mode, you don't trade live money. You'd be insane to. She's actually doing pretty good swing trading in paper mode. I'm impressed. I don't know how much of it's beginner's luck or if she's just got some kind of eye for it, but she's doing very well. Yeah, Joshua, I hear that. So just to read everyone, he said, there's so much information out there, especially with starting TI. It's hard just to start to build a foundation. I get, it's funny. We think that because the internet's a thing and all the information you could ever want is out there, that things would be easier. But we've kind of gotten to this stage where there's so much information out there. It's hard to parse it down to know what it is that you should be looking at. So that's kind of why I put together the course like that. You could probably find every bit of information that's in that course somewhere else, but to have it combined together, I thought it was really cool to have my wife there who hasn't ever traded before, so she could tell me when I was talking too much shop, right? When I was saying things, as someone who's been in the industry for a while, sometimes you'll say words or lingo or something that you think is commonplace but she knows isn't, and she'll say, hey, I don't understand what that is. Things like this, like in the basic concepts of how does an exchange work, what happens when you click a button to your broker and that order flow, what's the difference between a flag and a wedge and a pennant, and tons and tons of content there. So again, if you want to watch it all, watch it all. If there's some of it that's too simple for you, skip about. I try to keep it so it's pretty sequential, right? So if we're doing charts, but you already understand charts, well, then you can skip forward till we do fundamentals, and then you can skip forward till we do psychological theory and things like that, or statistics or what have you. I don't think I'm going to get a trade in this load. I think it's just going to continue to bleed. If it gets under that pre-market low, I'm not interested anymore. And what's that pre-market low is 550. So again, it was just going to be a kind of an afternoon scalp to see if this breakdown was going to fail and maybe we could get a point or so out of a pop. But I'm glad you like it, Ali. Again, there's a lot of stuff on my channel. Some of it may be a little bit more advanced because I go heavy into the quant stuff. For example, the lagging indicator question. Well, I've built mathematically the indicators for the charts and trade ideas, right? I did the math, I did the study, I did the research, which is why I know for certain that there is no non-lagging indicator that exists, right? I was out there looking for them. But this and this course is very, very, we call it back to basics, because that's the whole point. Is I go all the way back to, again, the first lesson is, what is a stock? Right? And, again, for us, that may be, too basic, go too far back, but there's some people out there who just got into trading and they don't actually know the physical instrument that they're going for. And then if that is basic, then right, a few episodes from there we'll be going into trend analysis and trading patterns and candlestick patterns and things like that. All right, guys, we got any more questions before we got about 5 minutes or so before Barry comes along, gives me the hook? Just let me know if you've got any questions at all before then. I hope everyone, if you're down there in America, I'm seeing all the weather stuff. I try to avoid your guys' news and politics, but I am seeing the weather stuff, and it looks like it's bad down there. So make sure that you're safe, right? If you're in the cold area, if things, make sure that you're staying safe down there anyway. It is not me who makes up the trade of the week. It is Steve Gomez that actually does the trade of the weeks. Thanks again. Oh, no problem. Let me go to... Let me see if Barry's good to take it back over. Yeah, Rizark. Again, I would, if you want to see more of me streaming, I am kind of committing to doing more of it over on my channel here. And then with on Twitter, I'll always tweet out that I'm streaming. So if you want to come, shoot the shit some more, then let me know. We can do that. But Barry is starting up, so I'm...
All right, well, let's see if FLDM can get back over 650 again. What was the volume like on that candle? Yeah, it wasn't huge. All right, guys, I think you guys can probably hear, I'm sure you can hear me in the YouTube room. Michael, I think, is just exiting now. I'm going to attempt to do my video again. I hope that little stupid icon pops up so I can shut it off when I'm supposed to. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. All right, guys. So yeah, I'll put myself on mute now. I should be back hopefully well before 125, assuming I have no technical issues. And yeah, the Fluidigm. I mean, nothing is really following through the way I want it to. Anyway, not yet. I'm going to keep an eye on it later on, but I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Not easy, but I'm back. Okay, I see we have another one that came in. So take a look at this one. So EVFM, and what is the high looking left? 538. So it's got some room, maybe, to 538. That's the one from the option plays. The Fluidigm is still in play. FLDM is still in play. Nice. No, somebody took KAR. Nice. This is actually starting to look interesting. I mean, it's over 15 now. KAR. So we had the alert at 1491 right here. Took a while. But now it's over 15. You know, if somebody would go to tech support, I'm sorry to ask this question, but I'm going crazy with this, trying to do my video, and I know somebody tried to help me yesterday. That didn't work. Alt tab and it didn't show up. If somebody can maybe just tell me why this is happening so I can get to the bottom of this. So you know at the bottom here, so if I hover over, say, the trade ideas icon down here, everything pops up, okay? That's because it's open. And that's what happens. You know, I've got some Word documents open, hover over it, it pops up. For some reason, this capture program that I'm using, it won't pop up. I mean, I get into it, and so there's no way, because I want it to pop up as when I finish my video, I want to be able to have it pop up, then I can stop it. But it's not popping up, and this just started happening last week, and I just have no idea why. It's driving me crazy. See how I'm hovering over every other icon and things pop up like they're supposed to. And for whatever reason, this is not open, that's why it's not popping up. But anyway, if somebody can maybe in the off topic or say, listen, this is what you can do. Alt tab did not bring it up. Anyway, sorry to get off topic, but I'm going crazy on this. Sorry, open up another. And I shouldn't be doing this. I'm really sorry, guys, but you know it's driving me crazy. I'm trying to do these videos, and you probably see I've got my capture program. I have to do it 2 or 3 times before. Go to the lower right of your. I don't know what you mean. Should do this after hours. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking about this now. All right, EVFM, guys, EVFM could give us a little bit. I mean, I look at this and I think I said 538, right? 538 on the monthly chart. 538 on the monthly chart is an issue. So it may stall there, but it's giving us a little bit. 506 on the alert. Nothing spectacular. 516 now. I'm still waiting on the Fluidigm FLDM to see if it can take out the. All right, I'll take a look at that also. But somebody told me yesterday that all I do is hit Alt Tab and everything would show up. But you know what? The frustrating thing is that I did this after hours yesterday. I started doing one and I left it running for 10 minutes. No problem. No problem. I was able to hover over the icon and it popped up. I could stop it. Now that I'm live trying to do it, it's not working. But anyway. Well, EVFM guys, but I really think that the 538 might stall it. I mean, it's right there. Good for you. I know somebody took that KAR. Nicely done. This could actually work out well. I mean, this is almost a red bar ignored right there. Yeah, so AM, I minimize it, okay? I minimize it like everything else, all these things are minimized. And this only started happening. I've been doing this for years using this capture program. And, minimize it. And then when I just hover over it, that's when I want to bring it up and then I can stop. But it just disappears. And Alt-Tab did not bring it up. Believe me, I tried. You took the KR? Okay. Well, it's working not badly. I mean, I wouldn't have taken it right here. I would have let the 15 break, but it's not working too badly. I mean, considering the day well, for the ones that I'm looking at, guys, I know somebody's going to say, well, I've been in this one and it's been straight up, or short of this one, it's been straight down. I get it. I'm not saying there's nothing, but, I'm just so used to having these ones perform so well. And it's not that they've been terrible. It's just that, I mean, if this KAR continues like this, this will be a solid winner. I mean, arguably it's a solid winner now. 1491 to 1535 is, not bad on a percentage basis. So I don't know AM. I don't know a hidden pop-up. I don't know. I mean, it's just... I know enough about computers to be a little dangerous, but I'm sure there's some obvious thing. Let me... Okay, I'm just going to copy all that, Mr. D. Thank you. I'm just going to copy it all, and I'll put this in so I can try this later. I don't want to tie up the room, but thank you for that. Yeah, but why isn't it running? Yeah, I know what you mean, AM, but why isn't it? All I did was minimize it, like I've done 1,000 times. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna cheer on Car for everybody who's in it. KAR. Yeah, this is somebody. I think Zach said, quote unquote, hearing that the buyout might be around $60 for CCIV. I don't know if Zach is still in the room, but I know he mentioned that yesterday. I think. And look at Mesa. I mean, you talk about chop. I mean, my goodness, look at Mesa. Popped up, popped up. Here it popped up again, and now it's dropping again under 12. Just cannot hold it. Johnny, hey all. All right, guys, I have nothing new showing up. And Fluidigm just can't get out of its way, so I don't know. All right, here's a nice break for, well, maybe not. COM, maybe there's some support right around 14 for COM, COMM. This it'll break down again. Look at the volume that came in right there. Continuing down, COMM. All right, here's another one that is just starting to show up. DYNT. Look at DYNT. Volume coming in. DYNT. Yeah, the volume has just been picking up. Look at on the 15-minute. 300. That's half the volume of the day is right here. More than half is right here for Dynatronics. DYNT. So what sort of room does it have? I mean, it's got room. Will it continue in this market? I don't know. What's the high last week was 165, so it's just really at last week's high. I mean, if it can break through that, then the next area would maybe to get close to 2. And that's for the DYNT. All right, EVFM. Well, it's given us something a little bit now. Again, I think right there is 538. So if you took this one, just be aware of 538. But I'm going to flatten that out. I'm going to flatten that trade right out. Okay, in this market, especially with that 530 the 538 being so close. All right, congratulations, the car holders. KAR. Well, you know what? For a day, this didn't do too badly. I mean, there's the EVFM later on in the day as things started to settle down. 506 to 522. I mean, that's not a bad percentage move. 1491 to 1546. That's excellent. The Fluidigm got up to 650. This one, I mean, it had a huge pop at one point, 642, got up to 728. So, you know, choppiness. The CNET actually ran before it came back down. 488. So there were opportunities, just not quite as decisive as, say, yesterday. So a couple of the columns that I really like in Brokerage Plus is the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, these two columns. This is telling me, okay, while I was still in the trade, what would have been the maximum I could have made? So it's telling me right now that the maximum I could have made would have been $163. I got out with 148. The distance from the exit price, what you really want to see is a nice big negative number. Because what that is telling me is right now, from where I exited, it's 5 cents underneath. All right? So, you know, you don't want to see, I mean, listen, I mean, it's just, if you're practicing trading, this will help you. Excuse me, this will help you to see, you know, how good are your exits? Because again, a negative number means it's below where you got out, which is what you'd want if you were long. If it's a big positive number, it means, you know, maybe you exited way too soon. So you can see right there, Fluidigm, it's 8 cents underneath where I exited. Oh, flatten, yeah, that means flatten out. So that button right there, that's a hotkey. So if I go to a trade, I mean, we're not in anything right now. So if I go highlight it and I click flatten, that'll get me out of the trade. Half, these are just hotkeys. That'll get me out of half the trade. It'll double my position. Just some hotkeys. All right, so CAR now, there's a bit of a down candle right there. So just if you're in this, be aware. I'm sure you are. If you're in it, you're not taking your eyes off it. Okay, so 78.73. I think I see your style here. This is almost for sure going to be a pink sheet stock. You know, I mean, listen, it is, and guys who want to play pink sheets, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. And yeah, it is. It's been taken off. Well, let's see how right I'm going to be on this one to see if it really does stall at 538. I'm talking about the EVFM. Okay, car came right back up. I'll look at EH. Crazy. It is a crazy one. Yeah. What's the spread like right now? Not the worst I've seen for that. Well, guys, EVFM getting closer and closer to this high right there. If it breaks through that, I mean, look out. I mean, the next high is almost up to 7. Okay, right back up, car. Okay. Thank you for that reel. Somebody's talking about else. Yeah, not very much volume. I mean, for it, yes, 5 times normal, but not a lot of volume. It's a very, very low float. Let's see. I don't see any specific news on it. Boy, this gets through 1550. Look out. I mean, this has got a lot of momentum behind it right now, KAR. Especially after that pullback. All right, well, we got up to 533 for the EVFM. 533, I think. And I keep thinking that 538 is going to stall it. Haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a super active little guy. NBY, 31 million in the float. Let's see, it got halted, I think, right here. NBY. Boy, Carr is, it's a winner, guys. Now, Carr is definitely a winner from that option play. Okay, guys, just looking at EVFM. What I'm going to do here is I just have to put an alert just a little bit above it. I'm going to put it around 542 or so. And see if it takes that out. If it takes it out, then it's got a real shot to get up to this area. Almost 7. Ooh, this was an AI alert. It popped right through my where I wanted to get it. What's the spread like? It's terrible spread. Terrible spread. 25.80, 26.47. Well, here's a bounce for OCUL. Maybe a little late, unfortunately. OCUL, definitely in nice bounce mode. Torps, you went socket. Good for you. All right, guys. Well, here we are, 538 for the EVFM. All right, there it goes. Unfortunately, chase mode now, but from 506, certainly, and late 109, so 543 now. I actually find that later on in the day, you can get what I would consider maybe somewhat better setups, just because it's not quite as volatile. You know, you get some of these setups in the first half hour. I'm not saying they don't work, but first half hour they can be pretty, obviously pretty volatile. I mean, there have been days in which we haven't had an alert till, actually afternoon, like 12 plus. Wow, no kidding. Man, oh man, oh man. Where's GKK? Why didn't we all just take Mara at $3 and hold it? I'm sure some of you guys did, but guys, EVFM is, well, took a little bit, but it did get through that 538. So let's take a look at the market actually. So the market is actually, so the Dow actually is a little bit positive. SPY is still down. Tech has made a bit of a comeback. Yeah, JB, good, good. Reduce the number of scans. Absolutely. All right, car guys. All of a sudden, a very boring day for me turned into a kind of a fun day. Oh, it could, just be really careful. Yeah, if you're in that EVFM. BlackBerry? BB? Oh, I see. Yeah, you ends beside the B on the keyboard. Okay, I see now. Um, well, let's take a look at BlackBerry. Not really sure what to comment on. I mean, it was part of that the Wall Street bets really doing nothing now. I mean, if it doesn't hold here, I think I even saw it had a downgrade yesterday. I can't remember who it was, but I'm not really sure, how to comment on it. I mean, it's got to hold this, you would hope, if you're long 1080 or so, but nothing's shaking. I mean, the relative volume is next to nothing. Thoughts on load. My thoughts on load, this is from YouTube, is okay, well, at least it is sort of bounced. But, remember, this was way up here, got cut in half, did have some news. They bought some kind of lithium ion or lithium, or was that news? It's a lithium play anyway. I mean, it's still up 176%. To me, if it doesn't, I mean, there's some resistance right there on the 15-minute chart around 650. If it can get through that, maybe it has a shot to start moving higher. Yeah. So for me, the best thing that could happen would be for to start basing a little bit, the EVFM, just basing a little bit. You know, maybe 10 minutes, 2-minute chart, maybe one and a couple of 5-minute candles, and then another big volume burst comes and takes it away. Okay, Ryan. Wow, this is just really moving now. Really moving now. See, EVFM. Well, let's take a look. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is, yeah, up near 687. Somebody asked, how does CCIV look? Well, I mean, you know the story with CCIV, so I mean, it's if you believe that this is really, really, really going to happen, that they're going to merge with this company. I mean, it's with Lucid Motors. But you know, how much further can it go up? I don't know. I'm more interested in CCV. That'll you know, that's in their series. I mean, it's not doing anything yet, but rest assured that once they've done the CCIV, once if in fact they do take over or merge with Lucid Motors, then their next venture will be CCV. And when I say their, Churchill Capital. Yeah, this car still looks strong. Longer it holds over that 50-cent level. Basing right here, get some volume. Imagine getting it some volume like that. Okay. Thank you, JV. I haven't seen Volt today, I don't think. Oh, I see. Just popping in now. Yeah, it won't show up here because the volume is too low, but. All right, what do we got here? DPW. So this was a crypto play. You know, won't say anything about crypto in here, but I think this turned into a crypto play somehow. So as we speak, this was a bad exit. Okay. I mean, it's 26 cents on top of where I exited. So that's like almost $260 with 1,000 shares. Okay. So that was, you know, but it's very, I find it invaluable, you know, put that distance from the exit price and the max P&L, and that'll start to show you how good your exits are. The other thing I should mention is that if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, of course it'll be carried forward. So you can use this simulator to practice trading, swing trading also, okay? And again, this simulator is only available if you're using our app. It's not available the web-based version. And you literally just click on sim and you're ready to go. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. I mean, because it's just really, so if you want to practice trading before you even, you know, take out or get a brokerage account, you can do it. And again, it's using our real-time data. All right, a little bit of a move here for DPW. It's pretty extended on the 15s. Let's back this out. Let's see what sort of room it has. Yeah, I mean, this is done in, I don't know how many reverse splits. I mean, the all-time high is way up here at $3,000. No, it was never a $3,000 stock, but split adjusted, that's where it would have to get to. So that tells you how many reverse splits it's done. So the next high looking left, it's above that. So the next high looking left on the monthly is way up here around 11. On the weekly, the same, I guess. Yeah, so the next high. So it's got some room. CAR, another new high, guys. And that's a KAR, not CAR. Oh, there you are, Ryan. Okay. Well, I wish you well, Ryan. I don't take, I never, well, okay, it's holding the 200-day right now anyway, dip down to it. Yeah, I don't take stocks through earnings, but if you're going to do it, I wish you well. So that's post-market, that's tomorrow, I guess. In my eyes, is that tomorrow? Or was that? Is that a February 16th or a February 18th? That might have been a. Just a minute. Yeah, so that's tomorrow. Okay, so that's the 18th. Reverse split date. Yeah, it would be nice to have the little flags on. Yeah. So are you actually going to hold through earnings or just for tomorrow and then get out before they actually announce? Yeah, Tilray the same. Well, this is after hours today. Yeah, it should be interesting to see what happens with Tilray, TLRY. Yeah, it's just out of the price range I like to trade. You know, I know QS had earnings today. I know just out of the price range I like to trade. I mean, look, it has a ton of room, obviously, if it wants to, approach these levels when it was up to 130. Wow. So now look at this. So there was the rug pull, guys. So that's why you cannot walk away. Even though this wasn't a crazy low float, 78 million in the float, but you cannot walk away from these little ones. Clove is just doing nothing. It got beaten up, of course, by, was it Hindenburg or one of those short sellers? I think it was Hindenburg. Yeah, it really hasn't recovered. So I don't know what to say more than that. The bloom seems to be off his picks, Chamath's picks now. I don't know. I had a lot of IPOF. That's the one I've been watching for a long time. But the bloom seems to be off for a while. I mean, it can always come back. Right now, I'm really interested to see what these guys do with this CCV. They've had a fantastic run with the CCIV. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is how many days ago? I mean, we're only talking, this is the beginning of the year, right? So we're only talking a little over a month ago, this stock was, $10. Well, what happened to the weed stocks? I mean, what happened? Understand that Tilray was doing pretty well right there, and then all of a sudden, the Wall Street bets guys got a hold of it, and it's propelled it. So I was saying earlier, I mean, if you just look at this, I mean, this is a nice little move. Had they not got a hold of it, never would have done this. So it looks a lot worse than it is, if you think about it. I mean, really, you should be saying, well, what happened here? Well, the mania that they with the short float. I have to admit this bounce for car has surprised me. So now the next level, Real was mentioning 16, but obviously right there too. I mean, if I could ever even get close to it, but there's the 200-day moving average. I am surprised at the move. I mean, it's still down 15%, but the surprising part for me is that it has been pretty steady. With it being, got hammered. I mean, guys, this got hammered. JB, do you keep the wow as a sound alert, or did you? Yeah, I like it because it's very distinctive. I cannot miss it. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, what we're talking about, of course, with the alert windows, you can put a sound alert, and you see you can put a sound alert. So my sound alert I'm using is wow, and that's what it is for me. This has been. I have no idea why I didn't do this earlier. If I could only do one thing, if somebody said, okay, you can only do one thing with Trade Ideas, this would be it. And what's nice about it is, you get you don't get too many alerts. I think the most alerts I've seen in any one day may have been 12. Sometimes you only get, 4 or 5. And they're spaced out. It's not like you get, 5 at once and you don't know what to do. So again, you want it? Just head to my homepage, right there, my homepage. There's the tab in this trading room right there, and click on the link. And I'll do it again. Click on the link, and this section right there, my scans. Click here, and there it is, along with the other ones. But I would really, really recommend that you take a look at that one and track it. And I don't often make recommendations, but okay. So you'd have to really, if you're talking about the charts update every 8 to 10 seconds, okay? If that's what you're talking about. But when we get a real-time alert, if I get a real-time alert, right now, it's, at 1576, that's what it is in Interactive Brokers too. I'm just looking, okay? But if I get a real-time alert, it's the same. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean, why there'd be a difference. If you're talking about our charts, yes, if you're staring at our charts, they will get updated every 8 to 10 seconds. And you might think, well, that's crazy. How can you trade doing that? Well, I'll tell the story. PVL? JB, what are you looking at PVL for? Why are you looking at PVL? I know, but it's I don't, it's not part of the scans that you have right now, is it? I'm just teasing you a little bit, okay? So never mind PVL. Never mind it. No, it's no the point. I'm sort of teasing JB because he's just saying how he whittled all the scans down to I think three or four, and PVL, I don't think anyway, is on any one of those scans that he should be looking at. And I'm just teasing him. Okay, for somebody who's new in the room says, why is he being so mean to him, guys? KAR. It's just one big wow. I mean, that is just a great move. Yeah, it's getting close to 16. There's the, and it's getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Is eHealth got hammered? Really? Okay, well, maybe. Oh, I see. From the highs, the highs up here. Yes. Well, don't look now, but FinV is starting to come back, and I'm sure Tiger is, TIGR, starting to come back. I'm still holding off, guys. But it's, I don't, you're moving with the market, really. I mean, that's what's happening, and you like to find things that don't move, that aren't as tied to the market. Well, understand, yes, it's got a gap to fill, but it is an earnings play, and it got hammered on earnings. I mean, it got all, yesterday it was at 1864, got all the way down to 1381, so that's almost a $5 drop on earnings. So they released after hours, and then this morning it continued down. So yes, it does have a gap, but for all the reasons why it was down, I mean, those reasons are still there. I mean, it's had a fantastic run. But 16, that whole number, that's where it got to. It may stall right there. If it doesn't stall there, then you've got the 200-day moving average. The little, as Real was talking about, the little 2-minute inverted hammer on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, I only look at the daily. I don't look at the 200 anywhere else. I'm not saying a person shouldn't. That's just my. So when I refer to the 200-day moving average, it's always on the daily chart. Yeah, the good entry right there, 1491. So even if you'd waited for the 15 break, given up a dime or something, you'd still be in such a great position. There was only one little downturn in it. Right there, that is it. I mean, other than that, it was basically straight up. I mean, there's only one red candle in the 15 right there. And in a day that, to me anyway, was very choppy for most stocks. This one, this one right here, Joshua. So I was asked which one. The moving higher with unusually strong options. If I only had one scan right now, I could, Trade Idea said to me, okay, you can only have one scan. You better make it good. That would be it for me. Now, listen, it may not be for everybody. You know, it's because these are always going to be momentum plays. They're not pullback plays, but doesn't mean you can't treat them like pullback plays if they pull back. But so that is it. Moving higher with unusually strong options. So Joshua, I mean, so if you wanted that one, you just have to go to my homepage. And check out my scans. Okay, go to the scan section and you'll see it. Yeah, I mean, it's astonishing, isn't it? I mean, all I had to do was, well, even better, you know, instead of buying Bitcoin, I mean, Mara or Riot on a percentage basis, those things have just ripped. I mean, yeah, Bitcoin's, you know, doubled or tripled this year, but look at Mara. I mean, it's gone up 10 times. Yeah, I just had to have the resolve. I mean, that's all it was, you know, the resolve to hold this Mara way back here. I mean, I had it several times. You know, I did okay on it, but I mean, obviously, you know, to have held it from here. Where are you seeing Vox? What scan? Really? Okay, not on this one then. Are you using the magic one? This box is not in that one. Though, really? You know what? I think it's. Am I not seeing? I don't see it, but I do see what you're saying because the volume is 500 is 5 times. Right number of contracts that had to be 2,000. Well, why isn't this showing up? There's got to be a reason. Okay, well, okay, I think I know why. If it makes a new high, it'll probably show up. The reason why is that the relative volume now is 3.55. What do you have for relative volume? Did you reduce it? Because it has to be at least 3. Oh, well, I know why. It's over 25. Now I know why. Yeah, okay. Because I'm going 1 to 25 here. But that's fine. I mean, you know, you don't have to. That's why I'm saying you can take these. You know, this is a template that I use, but I mean, if a person wants to change the price range, you know, I've got between 1 and 25, so this is a $26 stock. That's why. Well, if I were, well, I mean, look, well, it's a lifetime high, so you know me. I mean, it has absolutely no resistance, but it's a high over here, 22.57. 25.99. So it's above that high right there. And so it's an all-time high. So there's no resistance. What was the trigger? What price? Sure, Chris. If you click on my, and welcome by the way, $25.85. Wow, so you're almost up $1. So Chris, if you click on my homepage tab, if you can, hopefully you can see that. Click on the homepage tab, and when you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay, you'll see this. This is a screen that should pop up, and then here is a list of my scans, right there. And click here, and this is the one I'm talking about, the moving higher with unusually strong options. So we're not trading options, okay? We're trading the stock. It's just that what this does is it shows you stocks that are, well, has unusually strong options. Now maybe that doesn't make sense, strong options. Abnormal activity, okay, for options. So in other words, like this one right here. 523%. What that means is it's trading it is trading 5 times what it has normally traded over the last 10 days on average. So that's, so it's showing stocks with abnormal option activity. That's really what I should rename it. Abnormal option activity. Okay? Okay, don't see the home page. Okay, why don't you see this? So you can see my screen, right? And you're in off topic. You're in a tab called off topic. That's where you're posting. So you can see my screen. So why can't you see these tabs? Can somebody help? I don't know why you can't see them. You have to maybe scroll over somewhere, or did you find it? It's just above the chat, okay? Sort of like this, is it not? I mean, this is above the postings. Let me know if you find it. If you don't, I'll put the link in. I don't want to torture. Don't want to torture you. Yeah, look at DPW, guys. Look at DPW. I mean, this is another winner. I mean, I don't, 675. I mean, on a percentage basis, 710. I mean, that's awesome. Okay, good. So then just click on the scan section and then moving higher with unusually strong options. And that's the one. Also, if you're a new subscriber, I would really, really recommend, I don't know if you've done this already, but take a look at the 20 short lessons. Okay? That's in the education section of my, it's in the education section right here. Whoops. I'll do it again. Here you go. Okay, so I've got an education section. I've got a scan section. I was able to do my recap. And then the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. So guys, I was saying I was so bored earlier. I mean, it's turned into not a bad little day now. Okay, so CAR did finally turn. It butted its head up against 60. It did get through 16 briefly. Now here's the turn down. So I'd be, swinging this one. I don't know, because I mean, it is an earnings play. And I mean, for all the reasons why it got beaten up, they're still in force. For whatever reason, this had a nice run. And hopefully a lot of you were able to take advantage of it. Well, I'm just going to flatten that one out. I'm going to flatten that trade out. So guys, this was an experiment today, which I will carry forward probably for a little while now. What I did was, and you need the premium service to be able to do this, okay? But I took this scan and I added it as a strategy. Okay? And in order to do that, take a look, watch this video. So you know what? I'll show you what I did. Okay, it's all in the not this specific one in the video, but in general how to do something like this. So here's a scan. So I'm going to delete this trading strategy. That's what it is. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay. So now the first step is you take the scan and you make sure you load it and you save it into the cloud. So save or share to cloud. Save. Okay, so now it's in the cloud. Now I go to my strategies and I right click, load from cloud, and there it is. Okay, there it is. I highlight it, so I load it. So now it's here and I say add to existing ones. Oops. Add to existing. So there it shows up, okay? And then what I did is I turned it on. Now, before I did that, you have to create your trading strategy. So I think what I did is I said, let's say $5,000 a trade. That's how it's share sizing. My offset, I think I put 15 cents. I wanted to make sure I got into the trades. Come here. What the offset does is, if I get an alert at $10, how far outside will I take the trade? Because sometimes you just can't get it right at $10. So at this particular one, I would go all the way up to $10.15. It probably doesn't happen that often, but that's what that limit offset does. Okay? And I'm going to say okay. And then I turned it on. I turned it on this morning. So see, it's on. So that's why I took these trades in auto fashion. I didn't do anything. So in order to do that, you need to have our premium service, and you don't have to do it live. I mean, when I say live, you can practice, use the simulator, and you can practice, see how well it would work. You might have a strategy that you want to try to auto trade it, and you can see how well it would work. Well, these were taken in auto trade fashion, yes. But managing the exits on my own. So in order to practice, if you wanted to practice auto trading, you need our premium service. Doesn't matter who's your broker, in the simulation mode. If you wanted to do it for real, then you need an interactive broker's account also. In other words, if you turned it on, like put it live instead of in simulation mode, then it would do exactly this with your interactive broker's account. And you have to turn the strategy on every day. Some people say, well, why can't I just leave it on? I know I want to auto trade it every day. No, you should be making a conscious decision about if you're going to auto trade, okay? And so that's why we force you to turn it on every day. You can also do the same thing with the AI. If you wanted to see how well it would work, you can turn all the strategies on, in simulation mode, okay? Do not use real money until you see how it works. Okay? Yeah, and then manage the exits. And then manage the exits as opposed to auto trading the exits. That would be my advice. I mean, you can set it up that would, automatically exit at a target or something like that. But for me, especially in something like this, okay, see how it's spaced out? I mean, the first one was at 9:40, 10:05, 10:30. I mean, these were pretty close. But look how spaced out. I mean, these two came at the same time, but they're pretty well spaced out. It's not like you're going to get 10 trades, all at once. So that's why, you should be able to manage them by watching, seeing how they're trading, what the market is doing. This first trade could have been okay. The E-bond could have been okay, but look what the market was doing. All of a sudden the market just, had a big down candle. That just ruined that trade. So, well, okay, then watch the video. Okay, it'll show you how you can, whoops, just a second. Watch the video, it shows you how, give me a moment here. It shows how you can add your strategy. And more. I think you should watch the video because there's more, there are other things that are covered, but it'll show you how you can take your strategy, just like I did. You save it to the cloud and then you load it from the cloud. You go into the strategy section and then load from cloud. You find your strategy that you've saved into the cloud. Then it'll show up. Okay, it'll show up here. And then that's when you go and edit your trading strategy. How do you want to trade it? With the entry time, maybe you have oh, that's right, I better change that. And I'll change that. In fact, I'll just say entry time is wide open. But you fill this in. I can't tell you how you're going to do this. The order details, risk management, how long you want to hold it. That's right. I don't want to have a hold time. So then tomorrow I'll just turn it on. And those rules will be in effect. And you know me, I mean, I've never been a fan of auto trading, but with this one, it's very possible that I may on the entries, just on the entries. Get in the trade and then watch, and if I don't like it, I can exit almost immediately. So again, if you're new to trading and you're new to trade ideas and you find all this kind of overwhelming, you can always just start off with something like this, and even my watch list, okay? You're only going to get a few alerts per day. And yes, you're going to see people posting things, this is ripping, this is doing this is doing that, and you're going to feel all sorts of frustrations because you're not in that one. Why didn't I see it, etc., etc. You're just going to have to learn that you can't see everything. I mean, you could see everything, but you're not going to get anything done then. Well, again, though, if you're going to take full advantage, how are you going to manage the exits if you're not attending market hours? I mean, you can put a target, but I find targets are just kind of artificial. And then you'd have to have a stop. You'd have to figure out where you're going to put your stop. But it's, yeah, food for thought for you, for sure. And you know, a lot of these, again, I know you probably you have your own strategy, but a lot of these are not. I mean, they can be very fast, you know, and you've got to be quick. But that's where you know you'll get the entry. But then you've got to watch it because I mean, you don't want to have something like this happen. You get into EVFM at 506, okay, and it gets all the way up to 550. Now that's a big. That's 10%. All right. You don't want to wander away and then come back to this. I mean, that would, you know, so you just, like a lot of these option plays can be very fast moving. Sometimes they'll trend all day. Like the KIR was, you know, they have a long trend. The cheaper ones, though, what I'm finding is that, you know, you've got to be fairly quick. Goods! There you are. Am I watching S4? Why would I be watching that one? No, I'm not watching S4. I remember now. I do remember. Yeah, I remember now. Well, good for you. Yeah, pink sheet stock, that's right. All right, guys, we're getting close here. Again, today is my long day. I do help out in the 5 o'clock webinar. So first of all, I'll just put the announcement in, closing the room at 3 p.m. And good eve to you, Thomas. Good eve, fine sir, or fine fellow. All right, and just one last, you know, checking out my homepage before I do leave. So you click on my homepage tab, and here's how you can take out a subscription right here with a promo code Barry for Alpha, all in caps, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. 15% off. Okay, first month only, or the entire year. Trade of the week. Let's see what is it doing right now, RRC. Still pretty good, guys. I mean, you know, it's the trigger was 1033. You could have got it certainly between 1036 and 1050 easily yesterday. So you can sign up for it right here once a week. Sent you, it's a free service, Monday morning before the market opens. My recap videos. All my scans right there, moving higher with unusually strong options right there. And all the education links right here. Again, including the 20 lessons in 20 days, the YouTube support between 12 and 1, daily webinars. Again, you can sign up for them all right here. This is the one today, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all archived. So if you sign up today, I might see you at the 5 o'clock one today. more educational videos here, and some ebooks. So lots of information from my home page. Oh, you can't get rid of me so quickly. I'll be still here for another 10 minutes, but you're welcome. Here's one that's just ripping here. PBTS. PBTS. Look at the volume coming in. It's China stock. Low float, 2.8 million in the float. Don't look at it, JB. It's not part of your scans. The video, sure. Okay, that is for well, anybody. Okay, so you watch that video, and that'll show you how to set up a trading strategy if that's what you want to do, and have it appear in here, and then you can turn it on if you want to do that. So again, guys, look what I did. I mean, I got out of that one. Not bad. I mean, the max I could have made on that one while I was still in this trade was $263. The max. I got out with 229. That's not bad. I mean, and now it's 16 cents below where I got out. So, that exit was pretty good. And I mean, with the low float, 26 million in the float, I mean, it is trading a lot. I mean, it's traded the float. 28 million it's traded, so it's traded just a little bit above the float. No, it goes into everything. Okay, it's a long video. It's about 25 minutes long. It's not just how to connect to Brokerage Plus. It's using Brokerage Plus. When you say the video, what are you talking about? I mean, it's showing you how you use Brokerage Plus. Yes. So that's what I thought you wanted. Like, what video were you looking for? Maybe I misinterpreted what you were looking for. What video were you looking for? Yes. Well, it's a 25-minute long. I think you should watch it anyway. Okay. I think it is sectioned, so at 3 minutes it discusses this, at 10 minutes it might discuss this, okay, I think. But I think you should watch it anyway. If you're going to do this for real, then you really should watch it. And definitely one of the sections is how to import one of your strategies into here, and then editing your strategy, how you want to trade it, okay? I think it's very well done. Michael Noss put it together, and he's our, absolute expert on using Brokerage Plus. Look at CNET. So CNET came all the way back. Talk about whip. I mean, 5. Oh, look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes. I mean, I'm not looking at Bitcoin, I'm just looking at the ETF. Whoops. Look at it. Just running and running and running. Look at this. So this was actually, better to buy this than Bitcoin. I know everybody's all over buying Bitcoin, but look what this was $10 in October, and it's $50, so it's 5 times. That's probably, you know what, I'm probably wrong. It's probably about the same ratio that Bitcoin went up. But stocks like like Mara and Riot and man. Somebody asked, is it still okay to buy Mara? I can't tell. I can't. I have no handle on where this Bitcoin's going. I mean, I hear 100,000, I hear 500,000, I hear a billion. So I have no handle on where this is going. Yeah, I'm sure it is. SOS probably even more. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All right, guys. So okay, I'll stick around for another couple of minutes or so. First of all, are there any other questions? Again, this is my long day. Oh, I see what happened here. Yeah, I wouldn't have. Okay, I see what happened. I was thinking, why am I in this CNET? That's because I reloaded the strategy. Yeah, because this is the trigger at 488, not 535. It took it because I reloaded the strategy and it looked at it like this was new, making a new high. So I was trying to think, well, why am I down so much? Hello, MMN. I don't know if it's a dollar sign or an S. Looks like an S, I guess. Screening stocks? You mean what I do in the pre-market? Or what I do here? Or when you, well, of course, selecting stock. I mean, first of all, these are ideas, okay? Everything you see here is an idea. So it doesn't mean because I see a stock in here that I take the trade. All right, this is just a scan, a scan. The only one that I mean, my recommendation, if you just want to really look at something that doesn't have too many alerts all day long, is take a look at this one. Okay, again, this doesn't mean just because I get an alert, I take the trade. The program is called Trade Ideas for a reason. These are ideas, and so it requires some chart knowledge when you take a look. You get an alert and you take a look at the chart and you say, okay, yeah, it's got some room to keep running if it wants to, things like that. So that's my screening process because I'm more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day because then I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. I just have to worry about, well, there are other things that can happen, but I just have to take a look at the longer time frames to see, okay, you're at the high of today. Where could it keep going before it hits, you know, daily resistance or weekly resistance or monthly resistance. Okay, so the idea, I think the idea that we're talking about really is screening stocks is you start off with filters. Okay, so in this particular case with the basic new highs and lows, you know, you always start off with filters because you want to reduce the universe of stocks to a manageable number. So this is what I do. You know, I want to see stocks between 1 and 20. I want the current volume at 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, up 4% from the open. So that, you know, right here, that is going to, you know, narrow the universe of stocks down. So, you know, with a couple other filters that I've got here. So with these filters in place then, when a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So that's how I'm screening in this particular one. So you always kind of start off with the filters. You know, you may have a different price range that you want. You might have a different idea about a minimum volume that you're willing to look at. Things like that. But that's, you know, that's what we are. We're a scanner, and you can kind of create your own situations. Does that kind of make sense? Now, just because I get an alert here doesn't mean I take the trade. It just means that I am, you know, it is now a stock of interest, okay? And there it is, yeah, PBTS it was halted, and now the big gap up. Look at that float. And I'm just going to say, is it halted again? No, not yet. It's actually on the way down. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? Going once? Twice? All right, I think that's a wrap. All right, everybody. Thanks a lot for all the help today. It turned out to be not a bad day. From the options play. Took a while, but a lot. We had some really nice winners there. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening. And let me get the right day in here. Okay, yes. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.